All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our morning session called Models of Engagement. We have three terrific organizations that I look forward to you hearing more about. We're going to start the session with each organization giving us a little promo of who they are, what they do, and maybe what they're going to chat about once we go into our breakout rooms. And when we divide up into breakout rooms, you can choose whichever organization you want to dig in and hear a little bit more about. So our first organization is called Lost Tribe Esports. We have Brian Swallow, from the director of gaming. He's going to talk about teen engagement through esports, virtual worlds, TikTok, podcasts, and more. We then have Matt Rissian and Sarah Weiss Poland. Matt is the Midwest Managing Director of Israel Link. Sarah is the Southeast Associate Director of Israel Link. And their conversation is going to be, quote, "You never told me," addressing the must-have Israel conversation amongst teens. And last but not least, we have Danny Corson, founder of Culinary Judaics Academy, who's going to be talking about engaging teens in values conversations through cooking. All right, let's go ahead and start in the order I introduced you guys. Brian, if you're okay with kicking us off.
Sure, and you did a great job pronouncing my last name after all the coaching we did, so good job. My name's Brian Swallow. I am in New Orleans, Louisiana. I work for Lost Tribe now, but have a 15-year history in the JCC world, everything from sports and wellness director to assistant exec to working at the continental level as a consultant for fitness and membership and all that. And have now found myself specifically in the Jewish teen engagement area through Lost Tribe. And what we do is focus on the 80% of Jewish teens that are disaffiliated from Jewish life, whether that be, youth groups or JCCs or BBYO or synagogues, things like that, by finding those pieces that they are really engaged in already. So it started with video games and gaming, but then has moved on to a lot of other content creation and podcasts and things like that. So we have really found success, I think, where I didn't find it as much throughout my career in a JCC. We found success by going to where the teens are and not just offering them the same programming that they've been exposed to, forever. So we focused on the 8 to 18-year-olds, and we have different programs for each. And so through my session, we'll explore a little bit of how we've done it, what success we've had, and how other organizations can get involved, because our focus is moving those 80% that are disengaged into legacy organizations to be affiliated and be part of that 20% and grow that 20%.
Fantastic. Yes. So this is not just to tell you about the organization, but also to tell you how your teens and your organization can get involved with this organization. Yep. So thank you so much, Brian. All right, we're going to move on to Israel Link. Let me get you guys spotlighted, and you got the floor, Matt and Sarah.
All right, and as you spotlight us, I'm going back to gallery view because I hate staring at myself in the so hey, I'm Matt, and this is Sarah. And so we are from Israel Link, which is a middle school interactive Israel curriculum. Without giving you the long spiel of how it was created, basically our curriculum was started by getting 20 educators in a room from right wing, left wing, all different spectrums and mindsets. And we said, let's throw out all of our biases and let's figure out how can we come up with a curriculum that teaches students how to have a connection to Israel. Recently, literally last year, people said they wanted to have more conversations than just talking about, diversity and humanitarian aid and all of that. So we added 2 units. One is on complex conversations, and another is on Israeli Arabs and Israeli Jews. And obviously, recently, these conversations have kind of come to fruition in a little bit more of intense light. So what we want to talk about is not just the education piece, because I know not everyone is educators, but also within our programming. How are we talking about Israel? How can we avoid these concepts of, you never told me, I never learned about that. So we're going to show you a couple of examples that we put into our curriculum, but also kind of have the opportunity to talk about, well, let's unpack this a little bit, because I think it's a complex situation and it's hard to talk about. So that is kind of what we have to bring. And again, so before this position, I was a youth director for 6.5 years at the synagogue Leanne is at. So I have kind of a youth director mindset as well. And so we'll kind of shape the conversation for those who are educators and those who are youth professionals. So we'd love to have you.
What he said. I don't want to take too much time, but I'm excited to learn together. Okay, next person.
And I had the opportunity to work with both Matt and Sarah with my teens this year. And what I love about what they have to offer as well is that their focus is the middle school age. A lot of these organizations are starting to shift down a little bit from high school down to middle school, but they live in that space. And so if you've got middle schoolers that you're trying to engage, there you go. All right, Danny, last but not least.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to actually have Leni join us as well. Leni is the head of operations and curriculum for Culinary Judaics Academy. My name is Danny Corson. Thank you so much for having us. Very excited to be here. So let me give you a very quick background on the program. Its genesis. I'm an educator by trade. And I started this program when I was a classroom educator in a secular general studies environment, teaching math, science, history, language arts through cooking. I kind of had an unconventional route with my particular class, and I found that it was amazing. The response was incredible. Started doing it with my classroom, then with every classroom in my school. I retired, I started my company, and I started with doing it at every school in Los Angeles. In 2009, I went to Valley Beth Shalom, which is a great synagogue here in Los Angeles, and said I could do for you what I do in a secular environment, but I could replace the math, science, history with values-based Judaic study. And so what we literally do is we take a Jewish lesson and we weave it into the fabric of a complex cooking class. We use cooking as the experiential vehicle, almost a very stealth way of teaching and learning. And the way we teach Judaic studies is a little bit different. We honor history, this 4,000-year-old amazing religion, but we also provide our students with the empowerment of using their Judaism on a daily basis. So we make it relatable, we make it personal, and we show that it can actually not be something that just your rabbi wants you to do or your mother wants you to do, but something that can inform your decision-making on an every minute-by-minute basis during the course of your day. And so our students walk away with the knowledge that, oh my gosh, you mean I can actually use this stuff. They never light candles the same way. They never celebrate a holiday the same way because it's internally motivated, not externally motivated. What I want to stress in this environment, and Eric and I have talked about this, is that this program isn't only for teens. We've had the LA Jewish Teen Initiative ask us to do programming for them in Los Angeles. However, we literally teach this program from preschool through senior citizens. And the reason being is that the curriculum is so robust that it can be utilized in any one of those environments. And it's just the level of critical thinking that goes on within the course of the teaching. And Leni will, during the course of our breakout session, walk you guys through a really amazing curriculum that we provide along with the videos that we provide for each and every lesson. And the lessons are in modules, Israel, holidays, Midrashim. We did two called Life at Home and Kitchen Cornerstones. So we have right now 4 years worth of content in the queue. and ready for folks to be able to utilize at home. Actually creating a link between the home and the synagogue and the school and whatever organization you represent. I'm going to in the next minute, just let Leanie share her screen just to give you a minute sizzle of what a video looks like. You'll see that my background is not just in education, but I was also in the television and film business as well. So we're kind of proud about the production value of what we've created.
Cool, yeah. Share my screen, optimize for video sound, learning the Zoom lessons.
And there you go.
Hi, I'm Chef Danny.
And I'm Chef Zoe.
Welcome to Culinary Judaics Academy, a program like no other. Every month, we're going to send you 15-minute workshops that you can do with your family, you can do on your own. Bottom line is we want you to cook with us and learn with us.
Delicious soup.
So Zoe, what's your favorite part of Culinary Judaics Academy?
Well, not only do I get to cook with my dad, but I also get to learn all of these Jewish lessons and stories and how to apply them to my everyday life. And I get some good food.
You're going to be able to make the most amazing dishes and learn a little bit about your Judaism at the same time. What else do we feed?
We feed our soul, which is our neshama in Hebrew.
And then I'm going to do the same thing on this side.
Look what we have here, the big reveal.
It's totally this gift that allows us to take the time away from the craziness and stress of our week to kind of rejuvenate ourselves, to get our mental, our physical, our spiritual selves fed so that we can get into that next week and be as successful as we possibly can, right?
So we can't wait to have you in our workshops. See you soon.
Bye, guys.
And so in our last 15 seconds with you, I'm just going to let you know that it's not a Jewish cooking lesson, it's a cooking lesson. So you will learn how to make anything and everything that's going to empower you in the kitchen with an amazing life skill, as well as having those empowering life skills happen Judaically as well. So feel free to join us for a little bit more information, and thanks so much for the time.
Excellent. And you guys, they're doing this at 7 a.m. At West Coast, so they need extra props for that. So as you can see, this is why I was so excited when I woke up from a dream in preparation for this conference, knowing that I wanted to create these models of engagement to expose you guys to as many different really great opportunities as are out there. So it is now officially time for breakout rooms. You have to make a choice. The rooms are open. Feel free to go wherever you'd like to hear more about. If you can't get there, let me know. I will help. And if you need to pop out, you can pop out too.
Okay, how am I getting there?
Does it say, did it pop up on your screen?
It did not pop up on my screen.
Okay, I'll get you there. I'll get you there. Don't
Thank
do
you.
anything. Don't do anything.
I don't want to go to Israel. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Let me get Brian where he needs to go. All right, Brian, did you see the pop-up? Leslie, are you wanting to go anywhere?
Yeah, I guess I see the breakout rooms pop up, but it doesn't give me an opportunity to join. You could just throw me in the culinary one. That would be awesome.
Okay. Now
Thank you.
Danielle, you want to go somewhere? Gotta unmute.
I have to unmute. I have to leave soon, so I don't know if it's worth it. I have to go to the Houston review of the 2 Meet the Author sessions I went to yesterday. I'm also going to the Jewish Book Council conference at the same time.
That's what this is? I mean, that's what the competing.
Yeah, I can't believe they actually ended up being at the same time. It's weird of all the weeks and everything, but it's nice, I guess, that I've been on this committee council for the last 2 years, 3 years, because then I get to choose the author that speaks to the teens and not leave it up to the J.
Yeah.
Because like even yesterday, the person who's in charge of it wrote to me and said, would she be good for the teens? And I said, yeah, but we've had her speak like many times.
They would just make poor decisions.
Yeah, exactly. So I seem to go, have I showed it to you before? It's incredible. Like, so
That's-
basically the purple's what I listened to yesterday. The yellow is what Jonas thought might be good. And they speak for like each author speaks for like 2.5 minutes maybe.
Wow.
And it's like a speed dating situation.
You got
some of them, it's fascinating. It's interesting. It's the one conference, because I was going to tell you yesterday, but I didn't get a chance. I need this in person. Like this conference, we knew already, but I miss you and I miss people. Whereas the Jewish Book Council stay online forever.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I was thinking maybe what we should do long term, like what I like about this conference is that it's accessible. So
Very.
I love that it's online because it's accessible. But what if we did like, we still had our annual conference where we meet in person whenever that can be, and then maybe twice a year. So maybe like winter and late fall, or not late fall, whatever, like 2 times a year.
Yeah.
Like a day summit, kind of like JTFN does, or Honeycomb.
Yeah.
So that
Honeycomb. Oh, Honeycomb.
So that people can have.
I think we should spend an hour just talking about their name. But I think that's great. I also was just thinking, as you were talking out loud, look, we could just do in person with a select, if because of money and whatever. I mean, in person could just be, we could think about what that really looks like. I just think that in order for us to really think about the future of teen education and engagement, some stuff needs to happen. We need to be able to come together in person, because you and I have talked, I wanted to say offline, but it's all been online. But you and I have talked about how hard this year has been for me. And sometimes I think I'm bucking the trend. Like I'm doing things here that other communities are struggling to do. And so I don't know. I think for us to think about how do we really make,
Sorry, I forgot to hit stop. Hey there. I'm very excited to introduce you to our next presenter. Her name is Jordan Cotton from Cotton Tech Coach. The title of this session is Maximizing the Best Technologies in Person, Online, and in Hybrid Settings. Now, Jordan, I don't remember where I saw this, but you guys are going to be shown something today that I think will blow your mind. It's a document that Jordan created, and she thought it was just kind of like, okay, like this is something good to have. It's a nice resource. And she shared it, or somebody shared it, and it got like all over TikTok and Twitter, and it literally blew up. And she actually had no idea how amazing this document is that she created. Okay, so I've set the whole thing up for Jordan. I'm going to stop talking. Hopefully you're going to show them the whole document and then dig in a little bit to some specifics. So Jordan, take it away.
All right, so I just want to say hi, but before we begin, because we are going to dig in and I'm going to highlight a few things, I want to start with an activity. So I'm going to share my screen so that you guys can do this. And I want you to follow the directions on screen. I want my video to go away. All right, awesome. I see some of the results pouring in. And so I can see what you guys see in real time. So this is just a great tool. Mentimeter itself is a great tool to kind of just open some of that engagement with the students you're working with or the audience that you're working with. And this also gives me that real-time information as well. And the students and the teens that you're working with can see what everybody else is looking at, especially when we're dealing with the whole hybrid thing and not knowing where people are going to be. Can we actually meet in person? My school district did hybrid. We've done the concurrent teaching, live streaming to kids at home while the other half of the kids are sitting in front of us in the classroom. So it's been very interesting, but luckily we are all back in person right now, wearing masks in school and social distancing and all that stuff. So even though we're face-to-face, we're still incorporating all these tools, these presentation and engagement tools, to give that piece of interaction when our students can't really do some live interaction grouping, and even our desks have to be in rows, so it's not that much fun. So this was just a nice example. And if you want to keep this up, we're going to keep going back and forth to Mentimeter today. So I'll go ahead and start. And I have the bit.ly to this presentation. So if you want it, you can just type in bit.ly/JTEEN 2021, and capitalization does matter, and it'll take you right to the presentation, and you can look at it and view it yourself and click on the live links throughout the presentation or when you refer back to it later. So welcome, thank you. Erica's been amazing reaching out to me, and title of this session, Maximizing Best Technologies in Person, Online, and in Hybrid Settings. And I am Jordan Cotton. I recently got my doctorate from Duquesne University in Pittsburgh, so that was exciting, and back in February. So that was like 7 years in the making, and 4 kids later and 3 states later. So it's been an adventure. So today I want to talk about a bunch of different things. So I'm introducing myself, and I'm going to highlight the Tech Tools spreadsheet that Erica set up in the beginning, and talk about why I created it, how to use it, and get into just a couple of the tools to just highlight for engagement and interaction with your students or teens. So again, I'm Jordan Cotton. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I have 4 kids and a husband, and I work full-time as an instructional technology coach. And through this role, I work with teachers, coaching them, giving professional development, and walking them through new technology, how to integrate it instructionally so that for the biggest effectiveness for student outcomes, interaction, engagement, all those things. So I did start my career in North Carolina. So if there's anybody from North Carolina here, I love it. Before I moved here, we lived in Charlotte. So that was a lot of fun. I've also taught every grade, 6 through 12. I even did as a social studies teacher, but in Charlotte, we had a teacher walk out of the classroom and never come back. So they stuck me in a 7th grade math class for about 8 weeks. So that was definitely an adventure, coming from social studies and popping into a math class for a little while. So I'm happy to be here and excited to introduce the Tech Tools spreadsheet. And this is basically something I created in my job to just help teachers basically have a database to access. If they were trying to do an activity for students, they could quickly go to a column and access it. So if you access the presentation today, you have the link right here, or you can type in bit.ly/39ROCOY, and you can pull this up right away. And so what this looks like is basically I have topics up here. And all these topics are just different things that I know that educators, people who are working with kids, usually like to do or use, or even adults like to use them to produce their own work. So if you're producing your own instructional video that you wanted, you could use some of these things in the not photo editing, video creation and things like that. But if you notice, there are some things that actually overlap. So one of the tools I'm going to highlight today is Canva, but you can use Canva for presentations. You can use Canva for posters, ads, and infographics. You can use Canva to do pretty much anything that you want to do. And I live at a Canva. So we'll get into Canva in a little bit. So I love it. So these are all the different topical things that you can do. Oh, and I do want to say, because I get contacted by companies all the time to add them here, but I really don't like adding anybody to this list or a website unless they have a workable free version. So because we work in education, we don't always have the most funding, and I don't feel comfortable advocating or endorsing teachers spending their own money to constantly buy subscriptions to things. So there are some things that have awesome upgrades if you want to venture into that, but I really like to highlight things that have a free version that you can use and is usable and not very limited. There may be a couple things on here that are kind of my district related. For instance, we use Blackboard. So like for here, so obviously you would need to buy Blackboard in order to use it, but that one specifically is for my district. But I really like these items. I know this one I added actually at the beginning of this year, and it has grown all year. This has been a huge one, interactive whiteboards all year long because of obviously virtual, hybrid, concurrent teaching, online teaching. This has been huge. So as I go over and you keep scrolling to the right in the columns, it then starts getting into content areas. So if you're social studies heavy, math, English, science, and so on. And then I don't know how many of you really dive into Google, and we are a Google district. And there's all these things called add-ons that can basically amplify what you're already doing and transform what you're already doing and doing something extra. Like for instance, Certify 'em. I love using this when I'm doing some testing activities to try to find out if my students have mastered a topic or a concept. And at the end of the form, when they take it, I make it a quiz. And then when they reach a certain percentage, 80% or 85% or above, this will automatically send them a certificate saying you've mastered X, whatever X is, whatever topic we're studying. If it's your math facts, you've mastered your 4s. Now we can move on to 5s, and they'll get their name on here, what topic, what strategy they mastered, and it arrives in their email. So it's just a nice little fun little thing for them to have and evidence of learning. So there is a ton of stuff on here, and it does seem overwhelming as I go through. I get that. But I always think, like, what do you want to do? If you're really looking for something presentation wise, you'll just ignore everything else and go to the presentation column. If you want something interactive, you'll ignore everything else and look at all these interactive websites to go through. So at this point, does anybody have any questions? I don't know if I can pull up the chat. All right. Oh, I saw briefly a terrible towel. Yes, I am Steelers fan through and through. I hope that doesn't offend pretty much any other team in the NFL, because everybody likes to hate the Steelers. So, all right. So if there's no questions, I'm going to continue on. And if you ever want to reach out to me, you can absolutely do that about this sheet. If you find something, I get people that email me all the time from all over the world. In fact, I have one sitting in my inbox right now from, I think, Finland maybe. And they just emailed me and asked me to add 2 more. So I have to explore them before I decide to add them. So going back to Mentimeter, If you logged out of it or closed out of it, again, you can scan the QR code or click on this and go to menti.com and re-enter that code. And I have a question for you this time. I think, oh, drives me nuts. I'm going to start that countdown because I see some people are in here. All right, awesome. I see 12 to 15, 18 to 23. And yes, it is 12 to 15 minutes. Oh, look, I noticed my question didn't have a 1 in front of the 8. Yes, so usually it's around the transition time or how long people pay attention. Their attention span is usually around their age at these younger grade levels. So middle school students, maybe 10 to 12 minutes, and then moving up from there. So I'm going to go to the next one. Awesome. So we have a leaderboard, I think it shows you. So this isn't just a little nice activity to show you that you can do these things and put a leaderboard in place, and provides maybe like a little bit of an incentive, motivation, engagement factor in here using these quiz questions in Mentimeter. So here is the resource I got for the 12 to 15 minutes from Teaching with the Brain in Mind. These are those direct instruction guidelines. And then I have another question. Awesome. And you can actually change the timer on that. So I think mine was 15 seconds. You can make it more or less if you want to. And so, yes, visual is always better. And here goes our leaderboard again. So it's not only if you get the question right, but how quickly you answer as well. And you can use these just like a Kahoot or a Blookit, if you've ever heard of these. And so it works similar to those as well. Quizzes is another one that you can do things like this with, like a leaderboard type thing with that engagement piece. So great job, Jeremy. Awesome. And so from research and brain research, studies have shown that we only retain 20% of what we read, as opposed to 60% of what we see. And that's probably why a lot of those commercials are so short, and it's very visual and a lot of effects, because that's what they want us to take away and walk away and remember. Not as much text in anything that we see on TV. It's a lot of visual. Stop there. Yes. So we will come back to Mentimeter for one more question, but I'm just showing you some different question types using this. So I've been engaging you with Mentimeter throughout. And so I'm going to go on to the next one. So now we can dive into Canva. And oh, I love Canva. I saw some people in the chat saying they love it. So one thing, something very awesome. If you can verify that you're an educator of some sort, I don't know exactly their criteria that they decide who is and who is not considered an educator, but you actually get all of Canva upgrade for free. So Canva EDU. So there's Canva and then there's Canva EDU. So I have the Canva EDU being in K-12, and this place is awesome. It's my world. So I use all kinds of stuff. So if you look here, you can find anything, training education templates, presentations, infographics, worksheets, flashcards, if you use Google Classroom, headers, which I actually use these Google Classroom headers for my Google Forms as well, just to make them a little bit fancier or more fun to look at. Lesson planning, class schedules. You can basically search for anything you want. Mind maps for brainstorming, posters. I even think you can do like curriculum vitae in here and resumes and all kinds of stuff. So the reason I really like this, and I was gonna show you a couple examples, is if you do the K-12 or the education version, you can actually set up classes in here and share them with students, and they can turn them back into you for you to look at. But if you don't do the Canva EDU, that's fine too. Or if you don't even want to use it as a classroom setup, what I like to do, and I'm just going to show a quick example, is I don't know. Let's say we were doing something and I like this. I don't have to do anything in Canva. I can edit in here anything I want. I can change colors, directions, whatever I want. But what's really nice is I can then download, and you can download as transparent too in the upgraded version. But I'm just going to download this as an image and just show you how quickly a presentation you're doing can become what I call a lot prettier. And you don't have to spend so much time creating it yourself. So if I come to our Google Slides presentation that I'm going through right now, I want to stop presenting. And I'm right here on this slide. I can actually just drag and drop this right into my Google Slides, resize it to be my background. And now I have just a nice little presentation slide that my students can fill in, or I can present to them, whatever I'm doing. In classes, I like to use digital notebooks where I would share this out and a kid would get their own copy and then they could fill in, but it just looks nicer, just more visually appealing so that they'll remember this and it just looks nicer. I also can do, I can get rid of that. I'm gonna hide this again. Jamboard. I don't know if you guys have used a Jamboard before, but this is a nice little interactive. I don't think I can do that. Yes, so I would have to actually do set background. I'm gonna browse. I guess I could have. I'm actually gonna drag and drop this in here. And so now this is my background and it's locked to the slide. So I'm actually going to take this, I'm going to copy the link, and I have it set to edit. And I'm going to come back to, I think I hid my controls. Let me see if I can come back to Zoom. Oh no, I hid my controls and I can't get back. Anybody know how I can get them back?
Maybe just put your cursor, wave it over the top where it should be.
Yeah.
I'll unspotlight you, see if that helps.
Oh, here's my Zoom meetings. Why did my Zoom close out? That was really weird.
Are you able to stop share on the bottom for a minute?
No, I know. That was really weird because it did come back one time. Let me see. Okay, so let me open this chat and I'm going to put this link in and you guys can join the Jamboard with me. Oh, I already see somebody on. And so just to explore it, if you've never used Google Jamboard, go ahead and grab a sticky and float between the boards and you can answer some of the questions.
I have no idea what it means to grab a sticky and float between boards. I don't know what that means.
No, that's perfect. Right. So if you're on a laptop, because if you are in the Jamboard app, it will look a little bit different. But if you're on a laptop, you have a sticky note over here. So I click on that and then you can type directly in here. And then you can even change the color if you want and save. And now you see your sticky note is here. Text boxes are available as well. If you wanted to add a text box, you could do the same thing. Now, when I say go between boards, up here you have a menu. You can go to the next frame. And I see somebody already did that. Awesome.
Jordan, if I can just jump in,
Yeah.
and say, I know that several Jewish organizations are using Jamboard, and a lot of them, you know, obviously in a virtual environment, but you could use it in person also in a virtual environment. But when we're online and not able to do like those big sticky notes on the wall and do like the quote walk or a museum walk or things like that, you know, in the past we would put a big sticky note on the wall and then kids could walk around and put their feedback or whatever they wanted to do. So a lot of orgs are now using Jamboard instead because it's basically a big sticky note.
Yes, absolutely. And I have a lot of teachers that use it for group work, for brainstorming. Every group gets one board. And that way as the teacher, you can, if I drop this menu down, I can actually see all the boards at one time. I can see who's on each board. And I can add and I can even drag and drop these if I want to change the order. So now keep in mind, I do have you guys with editing rights, so you can edit this board as well right now. If I gave you view only, you'd be able to view what I'm doing, but not participate. So the Jamboards are really nice. And I showed this alongside Canva because you can create some really cool activities in Canva, because if you do online, search for online whiteboard in Canva, it will actually give you like some brainstorming places and some things that you could put in the background. So if I wanted, I don't know, if I was giving my students like elevator pitch me, right? So I could open this up. And I would probably make some edits to this before I pop it into Jamboard. But same thing as before, I can download. I just want to download the first page. So I'm just going to select the first page. And I'm going to download that. And as you can see, I can do this right on the spot. So we're all in here already. So I can come right here. And let me see, I can set my background again, and I can pop that right in there. And now you have the option for students to do an elevator pitch. Now, before I left Canva, before I downloaded this out of here, I would have definitely, you know, taken all these, oops, undo is my friend. So I would have definitely taken, again, undo is my friend, all of these, you know, sticky notes out of here ahead of time so that usually I can, but I would have taken all of these out of here so that they wouldn't be present in the Jamboard, and so they can grab their own sticky notes and place them in here. Because since it's the background, there's nothing that can be moved here. But if I wanted my students to, I don't know, maybe they're brainstorming on a project, they're trying to come up with a solution to something, and I want them to come up with an elevator pitch to me. So basically that's for an elevator ride, right? So for the length of an elevator ride, I need you to pitch to me and tell me your best ideas and how that's going to work. So this is just a nice little brainstorming tool that you can pop right into here, and they can grab their stickies and text boxes or writing tools and go ahead and add stuff on there.
Jordan, can I ask a question about something you said when working on Jamboard, that they need to be able to, like, we can edit this. And so my question is the students' participation. If I create something, now I'm letting them be editor, do I not have more preferences than they do? Or do they have the exact same level of, ownership of the document as I?
Correct. If you give them editing rights, you have you're like on the same level. And you would do that here through this share button, and you can change this. And so right now, anyone with the link can edit, but I can change this and restrict it to nobody can access it, or I can change it and say anyone with the link can view. So right now, I just changed the link to view. And so you guys, I can still edit, but you guys can't. You no longer will have access.
So they can't participate unless they're an editor of the doc. I mean, I get that it's a Google form, but so just if I'm doing something, I won't be able to do like a reveal. They're going to get all the information. I just trying to navigate that. Okay.
Correct. Yep. And I know like my teachers at the middle school, they get really nervous about this because giving all the kids editing rights, because they're afraid that, somebody's always going to do something stupid, right? Kids are kids. Kids are kids no matter who they are, where they are. So they do give you the option for version history in Jamboard. So you can see at least if somebody's like messing around, you can do that. You can also set your version histories. So if you wanted to name them, before I let you guys on, I could have renamed this and said, this is my template. So if anything messed up, I could always restore back to this version, and all of your work would be off of there and it would be back to the original template that I started before I shared it with you guys. So you do have a little bit of options and leeway there with those kind of things, but no, you can't do a reveal like only one frame at a time or anything like that, unfortunately. Anybody have any other questions about Canva or Jamboard? I know when I go and stick this in a Google Slides, so I just added it here. And if I were to give editing rights to students, they could delete this. But the same thing here, I can always add this in as a background and do, just the same thing that I did in, let's see, downloads. Just in Jamboard. And so now, as you can see, it's locked to the screen, which is nice. So you could do the same thing. So if you were to give a Google Slides out, just like Jamboard, and you could even duplicate this slide and have everybody in on the same Google Slides, but the same rules apply. If they have editing rights, they have editing rights. So that's why sometimes locking these to the background is much better, so a student can't delete them off there and mess anything up that all the kids need to see or you want to keep on the page. Do you guys have any questions about Canva and how awesome it is? So I really love Canva. They have so much. If you're working with students and having them create like a positive digital footprint with social media, presentations, they just offer so much in here. I could probably spend a whole week doing professional development on just Canva itself. So this is like wonderful. And if you use it, you can pop it into whatever you want, like Jamboard, which I saw some of the comments, not even thinking about integrating it with anything else as a standalone. Yeah, absolutely. App smash your way through creativity, right? So I love it. The next one, I'm not even going to put this in present mode at the moment, is Genially. It's similar to Canva, but has a couple different options. And I think that one, I'm going to delete that. Oh, this is why this drives me nuts. Let me see. All right, so Genially. So here's what I like about Genially, and it's similar to Canva, and it does not offer the Canva EDU type thing for Genially, which is which is a bummer. But if you wanted to pay for the upgrade, you know, like I said in the beginning, I don't try to endorse anything that you can't use for free. But I really like Genially. So if you wanted to create a Genially, you have all these different topics in here. So you can gamify what you're learning. You can create infographics, presentations, and interactive image, which this I absolutely love. If you know anything about ThingLink, this is very similar to ThingLink, this option here. You can create training guides, start from scratch, all kinds of stuff. So because we have an interactive image here, I just want to highlight this one because I think this could be used for so much. So I started one. I didn't do much with it. All I did was import an image of Pittsburgh because I love Pittsburgh and it's so pretty. So all I did was import an image from Pittsburgh, and what you can do, these are like little hot spots, right? So you can actually add things here. So this plus sign, I can add a dot here and then make it interactive. So I can put a link to it. I can put a picture to this. I can add text to this so that if I wanted to pinpoint the PPG building, which is right here, I might make this a little bit smaller. So the building with all the points, it's all glass. The PPG building, I could put a little piece of history information in here. If you were having kids learn something about a new location, or this is great for mapping and social studies, or maybe you wanted them to go into a room like a science teacher with a lab for science, and they needed to know where everything was located. So maybe you create or have the students create a tour of the lab room and where everything is and safety procedures and stuff like that. So you have different visual markers here if you wanted to. You can do buttons with text. There's all kinds of stuff here that you can do and add your resources in, add the image, whatever you need. So now I could spend time sitting here walking you through this, but I only have a few minutes left in the session, but just wanted to highlight some Genially and Canva because talking about visual presentations and that engagement and interactivity, they all provide these kinds of options, especially if you couple it with maybe a Google Slides presentation or Google Jamboard or anything else that you're using. If you're in Microsoft Office world and 365, you can do the same thing with 365 PowerPoint and stuff like that. So before we move on, does anybody have questions at this point? All right, awesome. So I do have one more Menti question since we are coming to the end. So if you could go ahead back to Menti, and I need to put us on the next screen. This is just another question feature in Mentimeter. So as you can see, as you're adding, and I believe I set it up so you could add, enter multiple times or do 3 separate entries. But this is a word cloud feature. So if you were trying to get like takeaways from your audience about what they were trying to figure out or what they really liked, or, you know, if you were reading a story or a news article and wanted to highlight some of the key ideas from it, you know, and as people put in the same content, words get bigger if you've never seen a word cloud before, but this pops in live time and it's one that your audience members can actually participate in instead of you getting all the text and then copying and pasting it into something. So Menti gives that option. So awesome. I love it. I'm seeing a lot of Canva and seeing that app smash being a new word. Yeah, so they call that app smashing when you use multiple apps to create your one project. I'm actually doing a project right now with a teacher, and the kids are creating weather reports, and they're using the green screen app by Do Inc. and the camera app on their iPad. And then they're popping it into, I can't remember, I think they're putting it into Flipgrid, which I steered away from today because Erica said somebody else was highlighting it. So I didn't want to keep highlighting the same tools, give you some extra stuff. And then they're putting it into Flipgrid so that students can do basically a gallery walk of all the weather reports that the students put together. So it's just, so that would be an app smash with 3 or 4 different apps that they'd be using there. And thank you for the word cloud. It looked pretty. So I encourage you to engage with me, reach out anytime. I'm happy to answer emails or questions. I'm always on Twitter. I love Twitter. So to contact me, I do have a website, just starting my blog on there. So I have like 1 blog entry. And actually the blog entry I have is about a site called Wheel of Names, which is great for a random name picker and group picker, whatever you're going to use it for in your scenario. I have my email here and my Twitter account, Instagram, TikTok. Oh my gosh, I love TikTok so much. I'm working with another teacher right now where the kids are creating TikTok videos, and they have to do a 30 to 60 second recap of something historical that they learned this year in their social studies class. And they have to do it creatively, retell it creatively. So I don't know, for example, from the Revolutionary War, tell it from the perspective of a breakup of a boyfriend and a girlfriend from Great Britain and the colonials. So just how you put that in TikTok format and trending. So it's just fun.
Jordan, I'm glad that you just mentioned that, because I've been thinking about using that for a tool for engaging meaningful Jewish experiences on TikTok. And I was just curious what kind of issues we would need to be aware of, because one of the things I feel like there's a limitation. If I'm saying to teens, I want you to have videos of yourself on a social media platform, what kind of boundaries do I set? How do I know that I'm not putting my children in danger? I don't, do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, absolutely. So with social media, especially in my K-12 setting, we basically don't allow teachers to use social media. And I shouldn't say we don't allow, it's just not an expectation that they use social media in the classroom. So there's no, with students, I should say, because of that fear factor of what are they getting into? And of course you have the 13-year, through COPA regulations, you have the 13-year-old cutoff where parents have to give permission for them to use it. So I know I'm saying that we're creating a TikTok project in class, but the students are actually using the app Clips on their Apple iPad that they have, which actually comes free on an iPhone too if they have iPhones. So we discussed it because these are 8th graders with the teacher. Or I discussed it with the teacher and I said, if you want to, if the kids have their own phone and they have access to TikTok already and they already have an account, I would feel comfortable allowing them to go ahead and create their video on there, but we are telling them not to publish it on TikTok, because there's that fine line you walk between as a teacher and what the parent expects. And I know for myself, I have a 7th grader, a 13-year-old who doesn't even have a cell phone yet. So I'm all about technology, but I refuse to give her a cell phone and she has no social media whatsoever. So like the option then is they have Clips on their iPads that works pretty much just like TikTok. It's just an app, so they can create a TikTok-like video. So I think if you're going to use social media in your setting, you definitely want parent permission, and you definitely want something alternative to use in place of that if they don't feel comfortable using TikTok, or using TikTok as the example. I hope I answered your question, because I know there's that fear factor there of what are we getting them into.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You brought up TikTok, so I was just curious to what degree. So thank you for that.
Yes, no problem. I see question, does Clips have the same music options like TikTok? They do have soundtracks in there, but they're not current. It's not current music that is on TikTok. So like some of the kids I know go out sometimes, and this is totally a violation of copyright, but they go out to YouTube or something and record a portion of the music and then pop it into Clips themselves. However, if you're using only 10% or less than 30 seconds of the whole song, I mean, I guess technically you're within copyright rules. So, but yeah, so no, Clips doesn't have the cool current trending music that TikTok has, but they do have soundtracks in there. Did I see? I swear I saw another question.
You got a compliment.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can't tell you, even my 4th grader comes home and he's like, when we did our state testing, every single kid turned in a phone but me. He was like, Mom. And I was like, I don't care. So I'm mean mom. I know I'm mean mom all the time. In fact, my 9-year-old told me the other day, he goes, you know how you always say you're mean mom? And he goes, sometimes it's true. I'm like, good. Like, good, I'm glad. So it means I'm doing something right. If you don't like me today, I've done something right. So yeah, so I'm very hesitant about giving the phone because honestly, she has a Kindle and there's really nothing she can't access on a Kindle that she needs a cell phone for. So we don't give her social media, but people are kidding themselves if these kids don't know anything about it. They go on YouTube and watch TikTok compilations, so they don't even have to go to TikTok to watch TikTok. So yeah, it's just, yep, it's crazy. Now I see somebody asked for the bit.ly link. Do you want the bit.ly link to the tech tools spreadsheet or just to my entire presentation, which will include all of the above?
Yeah, great. Sounds good.
Okay. So that is bit.ly / JTEEN 2021. And that will give you all the information I gave out today, that whole presentation. So links to Canva, links to Genially, and link to the spreadsheet.
So we have all summer, because there's nothing going on, right? To just click on that document and discover all that we can do. And we named this session online, in-person, hybrid because all of these things can be used all of the time. I know a lot of what we talked about feels very classroomy, so I think it has pretty easy crossover into the Hebrew High kind of world, but I think that there's a whole lot that you can do that we didn't even explore in that less formal, youth groupy, student leadership kind of context as well. So if this is a conversation that that people would like to continue, I think that we should probably chat maybe later this summer and just play around and explore different ways to use a lot of these technologies.
Yeah, and I love brainstorming ideas. So specific to your need, we can always do a healthy brainstorm of what kind of tools would fit that need that you have. So happy if you reach out.
You guys, she did this and shared it for free. That's what I was like, again, with like Ellie and Caroline yesterday, I was like, really? Like, you're not charging for this most amazing creation? And Jordan also did the same thing and went viral. So now she's like a thing. You're a big deal.
I know somebody shared it on TikTok and it went berserk overnight. And I was like, whoa, this is pretty cool.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much, Jordan. We are thrilled that you joined us today, having no idea who we are and what we do or anything about us, but being so gracious to share your wisdom and organization. We are so appreciative. And lots of
thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everyone.
Check out the chat. Lots of good stuff coming your way. Now we're going to start our session right now with a quick but 5 minutes, whatever you need. Opener from Bess Adler with Better Together to talk to us a little bit about their intergenerational program, working with teens now in middle school through high school, which is amazing. So Bess Adler, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Erica. And hi, everyone. I'll make it very short. So those of you who've heard this pitch before, it's going to be a short one. I do want to share, if I may share my screen, Erica, is that okay? Just for awesome. Hopefully you can see it's just a PDF in front of you of what we're talking about, because I know that I myself am definitely a visual learner. So it just kind of puts it in front of you. What Better Together in a Box is, it's an intergenerational grant program, which really has been sweeping across the states. It's been around since 2014, but the box program, we started during the pandemic to really get it out more widely, because we know about the need to alleviate loneliness, not just amongst our senior citizens, but also amongst teens. So really, we have seen a tremendous impact on communities across the country, and we want to broaden it even further this year. So we are continuing our in the box model this year to do, if you can do in-person programming with seniors this year, amazing. We do anticipate many programs still either being remote or hybrid. So that's phenomenal as well. And what we're able to do is give you $5,000 per semester to run this program in your schools, in your programs. Day schools, synagogue schools, youth groups, Hebrew high schools, all awesome. We'll be able to get the grant. You can already apply from the get-go right now today for $10,000 for the entire year. Or if you want to just apply for fall, because let's say you haven't done it before, you're not sure if you could do it the whole year, then you apply for a $5,000 grant for the fall. I'm going to put, if I actually, let me see how I might have to stop share. I'll share the links after I finish. But basically, we give you all of the tools, not just the funding, but really all of the tools you need to run this program in your community. We have an online curriculum. I'll put the, if you're not familiar yet, I'll also put that in the chat. I'll put this wonderful promo video for you really to see the power of the program. It is just unbelievable. And that really is it. I'm going to be doing another full an informational webinar on June 9th. So I'll put the link also if you want to sign up for that. And we really recommend applying. We actually have a limited amount of grants. We have a lot to give out, but they're limited. So you can't wait till, September, October and say, oh, I forgot. We really want you to apply now. So you don't miss out. It really is a phenomenal opportunity. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put, first thing I think I want to put in the chat, the sign up link for the June 9th Zoom informational session. I also want to put the YouTube link to that that little promo video that you could see, like really real teens talk and real seniors who have been in the program this past year during the pandemic, talking about their experience, about what they experienced, and a little highlight from Mayim Bialik, because she was very taken, of course, by the program. I think most people are. It really is quite impressive. And I'm going to put the URL for the Better Together in a Box website, which is open to all of you, which has in it, you'll be able to see the curriculum, which is kind of like a handbook. You'll be able to see that, and other information as well. Other promotional videos, videos for your teens that you can use, all sorts of things. And I wanted to say, please do not hesitate to reach out. Here, I'm going to give you my direct email. Don't hesitate to reach out to me with any questions you have, any hesitations, any like, what is she talking about kind of emails. Totally cool. It's all acceptable. Reach out to me, and I look forward to talking to you. And Erica, thank you again for the opportunity. And that's all she wrote.
Thank you so much, my friend, my colleague, many of you who are part of the former Nachas world have probably known or heard of Bess Adler, and I'm thrilled to have known her all of these years and continue to work with her as well. All right. Our next session features two amazing women from Shutov, Beth Steinberg and Jennifer Saber. And the title of this session is called Removing the Stumbling Block, Welcoming Participants of All Needs. Thank you, Beth and Jennifer.
All right. Thank you, Erica. We are really glad to be here today. And I know you guys have been like busy now for the last couple of days doing lots of good stuff, but we're glad to join you at this point, me from Jerusalem and Jen from Milwaukee. But as we get started today, I wanted to think together for a moment. And of course, this is what you've been doing for the last few days. You've been thinking a lot. And I was thinking about, just as an opening point, where we each are today, and of course, where we will be tomorrow. What have we thought about over the course of this year, like when things have felt so, shall we say, up and down at all times? And what about the teens we know, of course, and their families? So if you feel like, using the chat box initially just to kind of share something, here's my question to start us off. It's May 2021. Oh my God, thank goodness. Let's take a second and really reflect on that. And if that just means it's a big sigh, then take that big sigh you need to take. We know the year has been complicated and challenging more than a year, and we know that it may continue to be complicated and challenging. We've all worked hard. And of course, some stuff has worked and some stuff hasn't. But what's the biggest thing you're done with? It's very funny because I just want to tell you, I think I'm moving on from the COVID keepers. I liked that idea, but now I want to think about, what are you done with? What are you ready to move on from as you inch your way forward from like that intense pandemic period? And if you feel like sharing something in the chat box, we'd be tickled to see. Oh, do tell. Come on, you must be done with something. I keep trying to teach Hebrew over Zoom. Oh, that's got to be fun, right? Trying to teach many things over Zoom. And I'm glad for technology. Waiting for people to respond in chat boxes. It's like I do a lot of stuff in theater and I'm always like, it's okay, take 10 more seconds, but even waiting 10 seconds is hard. Saying you're muted, yeah. Telling kids to turn their cameras on, but don't we love not having to put our cameras on? I'm like, no, I'm just gonna go off and get a cup of coffee and come back and no one has to know. And I see Sarah says yes, you're agreeing about telling kids. Right, it's nice to be able to mute and remove people though. See, we gotta be honest, As you continue to put anything else in, let's think about this part. When we think about, oh wait, hold on a second, waiting for people to respond, who you can tell are looking at another screen and not actually paying attention to the session they're participating in. And I'd like to show you, I have my phone here so that I can see all of you. I've learned this, right? I've done enough online sessions. I'm like, oh, I should have had my iPad open with my session write-up because I didn't print it out because, I wanted it like action. So, but then I thought to myself, people will think I'm looking at my phone. I totally hear you. I hear your cry. So what about the teens and their families? And from what you've learned this year, what's helped your teens cope? What you've learned for the kids you work with on a regular basis? Here, I put something in the chat box. Being able to participate in programming, even if remote. We were kind of amazed by it in our programs here at Shutov. We had like 40 teens and young adults, more than 40, like close to 50 getting on a weekly basis. We were like, why are they still coming? Like they really still wanted to gather. Anything else come to mind? No snow cancellations, totally helped. Help my teens from across the state join in together at one program. We also have seen that. Like we have some young adults, especially some of our programs where it's for the 21 plus crowd, like they could get on, even if normally their schedule would have been hard for them to get to the program. Lots of international programming as well. I know, right? Like we've all been so busy. Great for kids who live far away or don't love socializing. Like how are we gonna address that in the coming year? We continue to think about that. Ability to hire teachers from all over the world, right? Like somehow, like I am with you today is a sign that I could be with you. You know, normally, like, I just can't travel all over the place from Israel. Kids with social anxiety, they appreciated Zoom at home. College students taking a gap year joining us. It's really, it's kind of remarkable, right? As complicated as the pandemic has been, I think the inclusive lessons to be learned in terms of, we removed stumbling blocks. We took a very large international virus, the biggest stumbling block any of us could ever imagine, and yet it removed certain stumbling blocks for some of our participants. So I don't know, I think that's just sort of crazy. So let me tell you a little bit more about me for a second. I mean, me, meaning what I do and what Jenna and I do. So I'm one of the co-founders of Shoe Tough Inclusion Programs in Jerusalem. And Jen is in Milwaukee. She's my colleague in Milwaukee. She's an integral part of the Milwaukee Jewish community, where she also works with children and teens with and without disabilities. Shoe Tough, we're in our 14th year, and we do year-round inclusion programs for kids, teens, and young adults with and without disabilities. What does that mean? We run camps during longer school vacations, which for us is Passover is a really long vacation period. We do a week-long camp right before the holiday. We do a 3-week camp in August, and I am really overjoyed to tell you that we're actually going to have camp this summer. It's day camp for local Jerusalem kids, and we already have like 30 kids signed up. It's Israel, so that means signing up is happening now. But I mean, pandemic notwithstanding, that's really early for this part of the world, and we're really looking forward. We know it's going to be complicated this year, but we're thrilled to be able to see the kids. It's just been too long, especially the younger children who we don't always see during the year. Year round, when we're meeting in person or even online, we have evening programs for our older participants, for teens and for young adults. And when we're not running programs, we do a lot. We've been really building a lot of educational resources and materials online that help all of us think about new ways to come together as a community of trust, acceptance, and inclusion. And I will be excited to share all of that with you later. You know, the whole idea is like, let's share our collective inclusion wisdom, and let's really help the community move forward. I think that today is an hour-long conversation. You may have questions afterwards. I'd love to know that maybe our resources online could provide some good help. And Jen and I really want to be in touch. So we'll talk about that towards the end of the session. And of course, if you end up hopping out of the session before the end, say to Erica, how do I get in touch with those ladies and find out more about the resources they have online? campshoetough.org, but I'll tell you again later. Okay. All right. So now, oh wait, and then the next thing I was going to say is, all right, here we are. See, that's the problem with the phone in your face. Okay. And then today, really, what is today about? Today is about thinking together about our work and our experiences. And we really, again, like we just said, we have to really say to ourselves that the lessons of last year are lessons in flexibility and creativity. And flexibility and creativity are the secrets to, of course, as we know, any kind of happy program work, let alone really thinking inclusively, because it lets us, you know, the better we feel we are prepared to problem solve, the better we are to like respond to the challenges of moving forward inclusively in the future in all of the programs that we run. And I don't have enough of a chance today to ask you about all the different programs that you guys are involved in. But I imagine they are diverse and different and interesting. And in each one, you have the particular community you serve, the challenges that those communities present. All right, so one more chat box job before we go to Jamboard, and then hopefully Jamboard will just be amazing and I will be a Jamboard convert for the rest of my life. Okay, so when we think about creativity in the pandemic and this idea about removing the stumbling block, well, I feel like we've said some of these things, but just take one more second and think about it again if there's something you want to add. If there was a creative pandemic something that you did that helped your participants feel more reached, different than what we had over here. We talked about kids with social anxiety. We talked about kids who live far away and don't love socializing. If there's anything else you want to add in that you say to yourself, that was a really creative thing and it offered more to more kids, stick it in the chat box right now. And what I would say is, because we kind of talked about that with the earlier question, is what creative ideas now could you bring forward into your programming this year? Like the best thing that you did last year that you say, you know, whether I'm doing it in person or online, this is a way I can really reach more teens. Interestingly enough, not super creative, but we had very successful book club groups this year. Who knew, right? You know? Wait, so the book group, so wait, tell us more, meaning it was an online book club group.
Yeah, so we broke our students into kindergarten through second grade, third through fifth grade, and sixth and seventh grade. The youngest kids, it was more of like a story time. But the other groups, you know, we made sure that they had the book ahead of time. If they registered by a certain time, that we actually bought the book for them. They read the book before our meeting, and we had a really robust discussion with them. We did 2 rounds. And it's not something we've ever done in person, but something about this online platform really grew the interest in it. So yeah, kind of going back to basics in a way.
Right. And like talking about, you know, and offering a different something to talk about. Maybe it's a structured chat, you know what I mean? Like we talk about that a lot at Shoe Tough, that if you're going to have something, that if there's a theme and there's supposed to be a conversation happening, how do you make the conversation really work for enough people? So maybe the book dials down the anxiety of what should I say or offer up. Eric, I saw, wrote in, I think we can still bring in presenters virtually while having the teens in our space. Do you think that'll work? Do you think they'll, at this point, everyone's accustomed to that kind of a situation where someone's on a screen and somebody else is in, you know, person?
I mean, I actually did it toward the end of this year. We're Florida, so Florida gets together quickly. And so I had my Hebrew High teens come together in a room with me. And then we had somebody who was once in Chicago, another person on the other side of Florida. That person presented to us. The kid who lives an hour away and couldn't come in was also on the Zoom screen. So we had the presenter and this other student on the Zoom screen, but we were all in the same space together, whether virtual or in person, still doing the learning, interacting, all of that kind of stuff.
I mean, it sounds to me, oh, thanks, Eric. I mean, it sounds to me like everyone also has learned, we've all seen the results for the kids who feel more anxious in social settings, that they suddenly felt really much more comfortable getting online, right? They could have their camera on, they didn't have to have their camera on, they could be on mute, they could be not on mute. Do you feel like, did you see suddenly the ability to also respond to even that more complex teen via the online stuff? Like, did you suddenly say, wow, look, I'm getting through to a kid who in the past, not just the social anxiety kid, maybe the kid with more, like the kids with some more cognitive kinds of issues, or kids with other, I'm just curious more to hear from more people if they suddenly felt they reached a teen who in the past they thought, I'm not sure how to do that. All right, that's okay. I mean, if something comes to mind as we continue on, you know, feel free to please like break in and let us know. All right, wait a second, Jen, do you want to open up the Jamboard or should I do it? You want to do it? All right, so, okay. There it is. Wait, should I share it or you share it? I'll share it. Okay, so hold on one second. I'll share it and you'll get started and I'll do this. Okay, share. And wait a second. Oh, here we are. La-di-da's, very exciting. Okay. Wait, shouldn't I is there a way for it to be full screen? Probably. I could open it on Jamboard and then it'd be in full screen. Let's try that. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, forget about it. Sorry, guys. Again, I'm still, okay. So basically this is like what's on the table today. We were thinking about the whole food for thought of what's in front of us today. You know, and again, I know that everyone's coming from a different place in terms of the work, where they are, what they've done, what they've thought about doing, you know, but I wanted to think about it in the most basic, I wanted to think about it in a variety of terms. You know, how to get started and what do you need? What are your main concerns, right? What are your concerns? What are your community's concerns? What special needs or differences or diverse issues could you be serving if you knew more? What does it mean to thoughtfully gather information about participants? How to design a program that works for more participants with varied needs? And of course, what else are you thinking about? Meaning if there's anything else really on your mind. We're going to come back to these questions, but I wanted you to like sort of have this in the back of your head as we go to like the next part of what we're going to do. All right, Jen, you'll tell me when I'll shift to the next screen.
Yes, great.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Wait, I got to do that. I can do it. Yeah. Okay.
So we're going to be doing some guided imagery. We have 8 scenarios to read through, and we're going to be doing this slide by slide together. But in order for you to be able to interact with the Jamboard, in the chat box, we put the link. So if we can take a minute, if everybody can access that and open it up in a separate window or on another device. And while you're doing that, I'll give you the instructions. So I'm going to read the scenario. And again, we'll go slide by slide together and stay on pace with one another. For each scenario, there are, as you can see, there are 4 columns, 4 words: fear, uncomfortable and or unsure, no big deal, and feels good. So I'm going to read the scenario. Yep, we're all, if you could advance, if you could advance to the second slide. Thank you. At the top in the middle, there's it says 2/20 and there's an arrow.
Got it.
Wait, am I the wrong?
Oh no, you're on the right one. So
I'm on the right one. Okay, sorry.
So yeah, so everyone should be on slide 2. Thank you for pointing that out. So I'll read. So there are 4 columns with 4 different words again: fear, uncomfortable or unsure, no big deal, and feels good. So I'll read the scenario, and I want you to think of one word. What is your gut reaction? What is your immediate reaction in one word when you hear the scenario? Please take a Post-it, which is on the left side, or if you feel better with the text box, write the word on the Post-it and move the Post-it into the column where you think that word is the closest.
It says sticky note. I'm just
noting sticky note. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sticky note. Post-it's like the brand name there. So, all right. So ready to go? Now, again, write down that immediate gut response. No hesitation. There's no judgment here. It's a safe place. And don't stress about your feelings right now, and really just allow yourself to respond. So I'll read the first one here together. We're on 2. You're in the grocery store. A child is having a total meltdown. The father who's with the child is unsuccessfully trying to calm the child down. How are you feeling? One word. Back away, empathy, in the no big deal column.
Right, empathetic. Right, I guess it moves around a little bit, so do your best to stick it in the right spot. Don't worry about it. I want to give the dad a look of understanding. I see that one. Unsure, right, for the unsure column. Empathy for the parent. Got a lot of empathy for the parent. Fair. Not sure. Okay. Ignore it, usually ignore. Oh, this is kind of cool with the sticky notes. Really nice. Been there. Glad it isn't me. Want to help, but don't want to interfere, right?
We'll give it another 20 seconds. So it feels like our Post-it notes kind of aligned in the middle with uncomfortable or unsure and no big deal. That's interesting that the fear and the feels good are empty columns, unless your Post-it couldn't get there, or the sticky note couldn't get there.
Right. Should I move to the next frame, Jen?
Yes. Oh, wait, does someone need help advancing? There's to advance at the top in the middle. It says 2/20 or now 3/20. And there's 2 arrows that look like this. The one on the right should advance you forward. So if everyone could move to the next slide, which would be number 3, scenario 2. We'll do the same exercise.
Hey, Beth. Oh, sorry. Beth, can you just move your cursor around where you're at just so people can see? Yeah, just circle that area so people can see that's where the movement up at the
here.
There.
Oh, it doesn't, it's funny, it doesn't let me do, I thought I was going to try to do the laser, but see here in the center area, there's a numbered set of things. We're on frame 3 or whatever they call it. Yeah, frame 3.
And you just advance there.
Just either go forward, I've gone to 4, I've gone back to 3.
Thank you.
And if you want to use oh, sorry. If you want to use a Post-it, a sticky note on the
Here it is.
far left, there's a square in the middle. And like if you hover, it says sticky note. If you click on it, there'll be a bunch of different color options. There you go. Thank you. You can write on it. And once you hit send, it'll appear. And then you should be able to move it around into a column.
Right, so here was, I did sticky note and then I can move it to where I want to. And there are no, and I see, it's funny, I already noticed it tends to like move a little on its own.
It does. And they shift
All right.
when someone else puts a Post-it on.
So somebody's already here. Jen, move along
cool.
as somebody's already, the people are already responding.
Oh, good. You're at the pool. A guy sits down next to you, takes off his leg prosthesis, and gets into the pool. What is your gut reaction? What are you feeling? And please put it into one of the columns.
So we got no biggie. I like making friends who also have disabilities. And another no big deal. You don't see that every day. I'm just going to tell you, I live in Jerusalem, so I actually have seen that a few times, like at my local pool. And that was sort of like, I was like, wow, I guess I live somewhere else now. Does not matter to me. I say hello and smile, happy that he is comfortable and part of society. What does that one say over here? Something, glad he feels comfortable in his space, no big deal. Glad he feels comfortable in public. No, I shouldn't stare, but can't look away. Great, honest answer there, meaning I'm not saying other people aren't being honest, but I like you putting it out there. The first time I had it happen to me, I totally looked because I was like, oh, I haven't seen that before. You know, how does that make me feel?
And it's interesting, the answers are lingering around no big deal and feels good. And again, you know, I've noticed that the fear column is empty. That's interesting. So why don't we advance? Oh, sorry.
Good to say, right, I was gonna say, I think it's good to say we're not afraid of him, but we might look at him because that's a normal human response. Sorry, Jen, I was just.
No.
Wait, am I in the right one? Yeah.
We are advancing on to slide 4. You're at Starbucks. At the next table is a person eating and drinking. She has significant physical disabilities. She's drooling, nodding, and her mouth is wide open. What is that gut reaction that you have when you see that? To ask if she needs any help. No, I shouldn't stare, but can't help looking. Soft smile, but trying not to stare. Feel bad for her. No big deal. Do I look or not?
Look? Yeah, I was just noticing that one too.
Curiosity.
Which somebody was brave to put it in the fear column, which is cool. I would acknowledge her and say hello, but might not engage in conversation. Well, so then my question there sometimes I always think to myself is, do we engage everyone we see in conversation? Or do we tend to want to sometimes converse with somebody who does seem different because we're curious and we are unsure, or we are not unsure and we just would love to know who they are? Like, because do enough of us come into close contact with people with more significant disabilities on a regular basis? I don't know. I'm just thinking about the things that come to my mind.
That's what's interesting for this one is they're lingering right in the column of uncomfortable or unsure. And this time I noticed that feels good is an empty column. So next slide, please. Go to the, so we're all on slide 5. At a community gathering, you find out that a group home for adults with significant cognitive disabilities is opening in the house next door to yours. How does that make you feel? What are you thinking?
Yeah. Yay, no frat parties next door. Glad they have a nice home. How can I volunteer or partner with them in some way? I think I would be okay. Unsure having so many people coming in and out of my neighborhood. Good, wonder how we can help. I think I would be okay. No big deal.
I noticed for this slide, it's linked. It's the columns that are filled up are no big deal and feels good rather than fear and uncomfortable. That's interesting.
Nice, but what is the impact on the neighborhood? I think that is a very honest response. I am happy that this group home will be in a friendly neighborhood, which is like, you know, that, I mean, speaks well of the neighborhood. Wonder about how many people in traffic, can we connect? Well, Jen, you've got a little bit of a shift over, like, you know, we're kind of in the
right.
All right, let me oh, sorry.
And my gut reaction is, I wonder why. Like I'm excited to process these slides after. So, ready to move on to the next one?
Yeah, here I am.
All right. So this is slide number 6. You're at Kiddish after services, and this guy, the guy who bothers everyone, he talks loudly and really stands too close and repeats himself a lot, comes over to talk to you. What are you thinking in that moment? What is your gut when you look up and see this particular person at the synagogue approaching you? Not this again. Ugh. Nope.
Right. Say hello and move away, I think was underneath. Not, yeah, say hello and move away. Oi. Happens a lot. Engage briefly and move along. Oh, how can I bring others into the conversation? Who can I bring in to talk as well, so it won't just be the two of us? Say a similar answer to pink and yellow over here. Happens all the time, no big deal. It's only a few minutes. Get me out.
That's interesting. This one is lining up nicely with the uncomfortable or not nicely, is lining up in the uncomfortable and unsure column, leaving fear no big deal and feels good empty.
All right, should I move on? I'm going to move along.
Yep,
okay,
sounds good.
Next slide.
So now we're on slide 7. You're at a community talent show when a young person with disabilities gets up and sings, kind of off key and not particularly well. Everyone cheers really loudly. How does that make you feel? What is your gut as you're observing all this?
Love they had the confidence to do this. Love it. Amazing. Feels good. We're right in that feels good area. Good they are being supported. Awesome. How did the other kids feel who didn't get that response? I'm proud they felt comfortable singing in public. Oh, wait, I missed that. Yes, that make them feel good too. What flavor of disabilities will she know that people are cheering her on just because she has disabilities, and will she be happy, or will she be happy about it? I'm proud they feel comfortable singing in public. As a singer, I will truly cringe a little with off-key notes. Cheer along with everyone. Good they are being supported.
Interesting. This slide, I noticed that this slide, the feels good column seems to be the one that is more full than the other two, the other 3. Ready to move on to the next one?
Yep.
So this is slide number 8. You're in synagogue and you're watching a group of kids exclude a kid who has obvious disabilities and whose behavior is often tough. How does that make you feel? What's that one word?
Right. Okay. So angry and angry and frustrated. How have we missed the mark as a community in not preparing our kids well enough? Sad and upset. Ugh, why? Frustrated, disappointed. Yeah.
So it's interesting. This one, the sticky notes dominate the uncomfortable or unsure column, leaving fear no big deal and feels good a bit empty.
I just want to read that last one. Mad and sad. I want to figure out a way to talk to the kids about their behavior after checking on the kid being targeted. Okay. Wait, Jen, I'm taking you to the last slide.
All right, the last slide, which is slide number 9. You're running an activity when one participant begins to yell and throw things at the other participant. What's that one word you're thinking and feeling? What's your gut reaction?
Isolate that. Oh no, but step in to remove the participant from the group, right? Remove the child from the room to talk. Jump in quick. Good, all good de-escalation techniques. Let's see if I can't see this one, something about need to take a break away from the other kids. Why? How can I pull the student aside to figure out what is going on? All right.
So these Post-its or these sticky notes seem to kind of linger right in the middle of uncomfortable or unsure, as well as no big deal. So thank you all for participating. What's the goal of this activity? Why did we do it? And the reason we wanted to do it and felt it was important was really to put our feelings about differences right on the table, right out there, right on the Jamboard. So now I'd like to ask Beth to share her story.
What I was thinking to myself when we were like, as Beth tell her story, you know, and I think some of this was almost spoken about through the sticky notes. Like I was thinking about like one of the earlier slides, you know, what does it take for us to kind of really think through our feelings at a particular moment? So my son, who's now almost 24, used to attend an after school program here for many years, where there were many different kinds of kids and many different kinds of disabilities there. And when I would walk into that space, I always, and I work in the field for many years and I'm a parent, but I always had a moment where I was like, I'd walk in the door and there would be different noises, different sounds, different looks of things. And I would think, oh, I'm a little uncomfortable. I'm a little unsure. Am I even a little fearful of some of these needs? And like that would kind of go through my head in a short, brief span of time. I would accept it, acknowledge it, and then move forward. And I think so much of this, again, you know, when you're working in the field, much of what you expressed is not surprising. You deal with kids and teens all the time. You're accustomed to seeing different situations. You're accustomed to thinking in different ways with your participants. But to acknowledge how we often feel what our gut reactions are is pretty important. It's like a really important step also educationally, whether it's with the parents, with other members of our community, and with the teens themselves who might often have questions about somebody else's needs. Hey, Jen, I know that I was right, you were right, and I was wrong about the questions, but why don't we try to work through them in the next little bit of time, or should we break and do our next step and leave them for a minute? I think we have to, right? Jen was right and I was wrong. See, I planned for like 2 hours, I think. And that means we can. All right, so the questions we asked at the beginning, like kind of, I'm just gonna do one thing. I'm gonna pass through these questions just for a second, and then we're gonna move on to the next thing, which is to like work together on some particular scenarios. And because we're not a big group, we can think about how we wanna do that, either break out into smaller groups. I'm gonna let Erica tell me that in just a second. But what I want you to keep in your head again is, how do I get started and what do we need? And we can even add things to the Jamboard at a later time, because there might already be things in your head that you say to yourself, you know, I could do more if, right? What are your concerns? You might say, I'm really fine with this, but I am not fine with this. What resources might we need to pull in to make things, work better for us? What are the concerns of the community? Who are the different players involved? We all have different players in our community, whether it's, it's parents, it's families, it's clergy, it's other teachers, it's other this, it's other youth workers, so forth and so on. Wait a second, let me go to the next one. Oh, I said that. What needs could you be serving if you knew more? And what I want to say about that, and I mean this very specifically, at Shutaf, we're very not label focused. It's more like, what are your needs? Really, if you have said to yourself up until now, well, I don't know if I can respond to the needs of someone with X, then maybe here's the question of how could you get those resources together in order to be able to do that? And what does it mean to make a thoughtful participant intake process? Probably the most important thing that nobody ever does enough of. We do it, but we may not always do it as deeply and that we need to is intake. What information do we need to gather about every participant? What would you do in your program that would allow more participants with varied needs to be included? Meaning, is it possible in your community? Are there kids who are being not included because up until now, everyone has presumed it might just be too hard? Okay, and then what else is on your mind? But we'll get rid of that now. All right, Jen, I'm gonna go open up the other Jamboard, right? So let me do that. Or you wanna open up the Jamboard and here we are, Okay, good. Well, how many people are we now on the?
We've got 8. We've got 17 taking out you, Jen, and me. So I can do breakout rooms if you'd like to. It would be, 7 to 8 people per breakout room for the 2 rooms.
That could be fine. You could even do more than 2 rooms. I don't have a problem with that. Basically, it'll be like boards 1 through 7 could be for 2 groups, could work on them at the same time. And then boards 7 to 14 would be the second group or the third group, meaning I made 2 sets of boards so that the sticky notes wouldn't just get too kind of complicated. All right. Before you look too carefully at this for a second, Jen, can you just put a link into the chat box for this Jamboard? Can you do that?
I also put a list of all the questions we went over. If you have extra time and want to throw answers in there too.
All right, so
I'm looking for the link. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wait, can you do it with ease, or do you want me to do it?
I'm good at. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, sorry. All right, so hold on 1 second. Let me just move this again. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay, fine. All right, so what I want to do basically as an introduction to this is, is always about honoring the feelings, the work, and the commitment to teens today. So you're meeting them where they're at and guiding them to where they want to go. Somebody said this line to me the other day, and I thought, that's a really powerful line. That while it's a complex time of life, the teen years, and you're on the front lines of that complexity, sort of like, as somebody once said to me, like preschool teachers who are often the first to identify and share differences they observe with very young kids. You have a chance to not solve every challenge, but to really open up your spaces, your community space to teens with more diverse needs. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're taking a story from the field, and that's what this time will be together. The story is broken out into 4 parts. So there's scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, and then scene 4 is kind of like the takeaways that you might want to share with each other. And what I would say you could decide to do when you break up into your rooms, and Erica will do that, is one person could be like the note taker and put some notes onto the sticky notes. One person maybe could be like, I'll sum it up to the group later on. And maybe one person could jot down problems or conflicts or ideas or other thoughts. But again, I'm going to leave this in your very capable hands. So again, board 1 through 7 is one group of slides, which at least 2 groups could use if Erica breaks us up into more than 2 groups. And boards 7 through 14 are the same slides with lines behind them. Here, I'll show you just so it's clear. The first set of slides have like these dots behind them. And then hold on 1 sec, I'll show you. This is like group number 2, second set of slides have lines behind them, but it's the same stories.
And each scenario, each scene has a paired slide with questions on it, discussion questions.
Correct. Here's the beginning, scene 1. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Here's scene 1, observation, and then scene 1 again, discussion thoughts. So Erica, if you want to break us all up into, it could be as many as 4 groups if you want to.
if you're okay with it, I know a couple people can't go into the breakout rooms. Let me just go ahead and do 2.
No problem.
Have you in one and Jen in one so that you can help each group walk through those scenarios.
Fantastic.
If
Here
Sounds
I
good.
am.
Thank you.
I'm going to do it randomly, but if each of you end up in the same room, I'll move you. So rooms are open.
All right, that was pain. Okay, it was painful that it had to be over already. But this lets me know, and again, because Jen was right and I was wrong, this lets me know how to have more time for, actually, it's really in thanks to Jamboard. I actually think now I understand how it can really help us engage better online. Wait, Erica, tell me one thing. How much time do I have to sum up and move on?
You can have 5-6 minutes.
Amazing. Okay. Now, we don't have a ton of time to like review all of this, but the point about the story really and using this was, I mean, it was interesting for me to hear what different people said. I mean, I think over and over and over, we often talk about the problem of not knowing enough and that parents really struggle with their kids in school, and then they find it really painful to have to share that same information yet again for Sunday school, religious school, youth groups, and so forth. And it seems to me that in order to truly remove the stumbling blocks, so to speak, we have to encourage them to actually believe us that we really are here to serve needs and that we're allies in the community. I've definitely spoken to like people who work in community work over the years, rabbis or so forth or whatever, and I'll say to them, tell me about like disability and difference and diversity in your community. And sometimes people will say, less now than ever before, they'll say, well, that's just not such an issue in my community. And I always say, well, have you asked enough? Have you really asked? Have you said, are all your needs being met? Would you be comfortable sharing what your needs are or what your kids' needs are? Would you be comfortable sharing, if we talk about like synagogue services, we could say, are you comfortable sharing why you come to synagogue or don't come to synagogue? Is there something that we could do to make you more comfortable? I once shared publicly in my very small community here in Jerusalem that like, actually, I want to walk in and have a place to sit down with my son. I don't want to have to like look for a seat. I want to sit in the back. I don't want anyone to really bother me. I don't want to have, this was because at the time we had a very small prayer space and it was very stressful. We walked in late and I didn't want to have to walk into the center. And actually one person from then on really made it her business to always like engage with me if I walked in with Akiva and say, oh, look, oh, you want to sit over here? Great. And she would just move to another spot. It was extremely helpful to me, but I had to tell somebody I needed that help. So I think that's so much of what we have to do is to be willing to ask, find out, learn how to serve that need, and don't worry about making it perfect. We have to like kind of be open to serving greater needs in order to, again, remove those stumbling blocks and really make it all happen. All right, now before we finish up today, I feel like I've had this problem with my chat box today. And here we are, here's the chat box again. Okay, good, chat box restored. I wanna just do one last thing, and that is, I wanna just show you something before we head out. Actually, wait a minute, I can do that afterwards. Jen, do me a favor and like stick the link to the Shutaf website, and I'm just gonna finish up this last thing. And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna share a screen one last time because I feel like before we go, we need to like just have a, hold on a second. I can do this. I can find this quickly. I need my other Jamboard. Can I do that? Can I get to my other one? Yes, I can. Yes, yes, yes. And that is just a quick kind of moment of thinking about the journey that is both your journey as people working in the field and the journey of a parent rearing perhaps a teen with some kind of difference. And the last thing I'm going to show you, hold on a second, I'm just going to do this. And while I'm doing that, Jen's going to stick in a few links. So the one big thing that I really, really would love to encourage you guys to do, and it's also in the swag bag for the conference, is online materials that Shutaf has created that are open source and available to use. They're in Hebrew, they're in English, one day in Arabic. We really want to make our materials and resources available to everyone so that we can all just learn and do. An hour together is simply not enough to really explore the different situations that you deal with in your work all the time. So the thing I just want to finish up with is this idea of the traveler's prayer. And the traveler's prayer, I think it, lets us think a little bit about our life's journeys and what it means. Of course, the prayer is really very ancient. It's like 2,500 years old. And because travel was scary, people didn't really go places. You kind of lived and died in the same village maybe in which you were born. And while this is definitely written in traditional prayerful language, right? May it be your will, Lord, our God and God of our ancestors, to guide us in peace, to save us in peace, to lead us to our desired destination in health and joy and peace. Save us from any enemy and disaster on the way. If you're a parent rearing a kid, you often really feel that anytime you have to share information, it's like a disaster coming your way. Something's going to happen. Your kid may not be welcome. You may not be welcome. You may not feel welcome. And then, of course, bless the work of our hands, meaning I actually really think it's time to rethink the traveler's prayer and think about it in terms of the work that we do and the journeys we go on in the course of a year, a program period, and what that means for all of our participants and how we can, respond to all of them. Anyway, thank you so much. And I guess this would be that time. I'll stop the share. And if there are just any comments or thoughts, I'm really happy to hear them. And Jen and I really thank you. Here was the important thing in the chats. That's right, Jen. See, I was going to forget that on the shoot. Really, there's the thing. We knew we wouldn't have enough time to finish everything. Please be in touch with us. You have our emails, Beth@campshoottough.org and Jennifer@campshoottough.org. Let us know. Take a look at the materials online and say, wow, that's a really interesting, a set of resources you have about de-escalating tough situations or thinking about intake. We'd love to hear your thoughts. We'd love to share some of our other resources with you if you're interested. And we'd love to really be helpful to you in your work wherever you are. Thanks.
Questions, last thoughts, comments? I know I popped into both breakout rooms and couldn't leave one, but there was really good conversations taking place.
There was great stuff.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Jen, for this really great conversation. Obviously, should not be a one-time, one-hit wonder. We should definitely explore doing this again, maybe a little bit later in the fall.
Happy to do so. Let us know. Really, we'd be excited. We're doing this summer. Actually, our resources are being tested and used at a bunch of different North American camps. So I'll even have some active comment. Like by the time the fall comes, I'm looking to. By the way, we're looking for active partnerships for the fall for religious schools or Sunday schools or youth programs. People who say we'd love to use your materials and let you know how they work and if they're useful to us in our community. So please be in touch and let us know. Thank you so much, Erica, and thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. We just have a few more sessions to go in the conference. I can't believe it. 3.5 days have flown by. I hope that you have enjoyed it as much as I have. It's really been an incredible few days together. Our next presenter is Nicole Zimmerman Berkman. She is the Recruitment and Leadership Development Associate at Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion. That is a lot to say. The session she's leading today is called Creating Powerful Moments, using principles from the best-selling book, The Power of Moments by Chip and Dan Keith. We are happy to have you, Nicole.
Thank you. Really good to see you all. Because time is limited, I'm going to do what I would never tell any of you to do, which is not give time for actual introductions, which I would normally do. And I would want to, as we do as educators and those building powerful experiences, want to create time for connection. Though my sense is that you have been learning all together for the last few days. Some of you may know each other from other places. So hopefully a lot of that connection already exists. But so I'll just say, I'm not going to necessarily practice everything I preach right now for the sake of time, but I just wanted to be transparent about that. And let's get started. All right. And I just want to make sure I can see the chat. So I'm going to just move that right there. Great. Can you guys all see here what we've got? Just a thumbs up. Let me know you can see everything. Good. Fantastic. Okay. So creating powerful moments. This is what we do. It doesn't need, honestly, so much more introduction than that, because that's what we all do. That's what you all do on a daily basis. And one of the things we're going to talk about today is what is a powerful moment? What makes a powerful moment? And how can we bring more powerful and memorable moments into the work that we do for ourselves and for our communities? So the first thing that I want you to think about, if we had more time, I'd want you to share it with us, but I want you to think about, what is your most, or one of your most memorable Jewish experiences? So think about that.
I don't want to interrupt, but we don't actually see the screen you're trying to show us. It just says no build effects right now.
Ooh, okay, let's try again. No build effects. Okay. Okay, I think I can do it. It's fine. Now tell me what you see. Good, fantastic. Okay. Hopefully this is not memorable in a bad way, this particular moment, but what is your most memorable Jewish experience, or one of? And once you reflect on that, in the chat, just put down a few things about what made it particularly memorable. Just a few words, little bullet points. What made it memorable? Jewish camp, lasting friendships, and the reason I'm in this field camp. Michelle, by the way, was one of my campers, so that I'm gonna pretend like I had a lot to do with that, Michelle. Friendships, being in Israel with my family for the first time, a lot of things in there. Ordination, culmination of hard work and others recognizing it. Family seders, invitation to Shabbat dinner, the first Shabbat in our new town when my family moved. Literally able to sing a song word for word that I learned 20 years ago at religious school. Daughters, bat mitzvah, Solomon Schechter. So experiences at this school. Alyssa, I'm assuming you were a student there, though that might not be the right assumption. Okay, so a lot of similar things here that we see. We see people, right? Friends, family, feeling invited, recognition, feeling proud, having a big moment with lots of people. And then listen, Jewish summer camp, I feel like we could break that down in probably a million different things and a million different elements. So hold on to these, and we're going to keep thinking about these things. So let me ask you this. What do you think the most memorable part of an event is? Do you think it's the beginning, the middle, or the end? What do you think? You need all of it. Yes, you do need all of it, for sure. What do you think the most memorable part is, though? End. A lot of votes for the end. Few for the beginning. Depends on the person. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the person, except that research actually tells us that for most people, right, the peak and the end are the most memorable. Okay, the peak and the end. So this is what sort of marketing research and other research tells us. So when people assess an experience, they seem to rate it based on two key moments. The best or worst moment, known as the peak. So even though visually, right, the peak is a high point, that could have also been counterintuitively a low point. So the peak could be the best. The peak could also be the worst. The peak could theoretically be the weirdest. Whatever it is, it's the est something, okay? And then the ending, right? So your memory of the day is far more favorable than the hour by hour ratings, right, that you provided. So you could break down an event. I really liked this, and then I didn't like this, and then I really liked this. But the whole memory of the day is a culmination, and it's the sum is bigger than its parts, right? So on longer time frames, peaks continue to matter, but the relative importance of endings fade, right? And then people talked about beginnings too. And the truth is, beginnings also matter. I know we always say, right, first impressions are the best impressions. And the truth is, a lot of us spend a lot of time on the beginnings, right? Making beginnings really special. And then sometimes, you know, it's always sad to see in a program when the end, it just sort of fizzles or people just leave and there isn't a moment in the end, especially if you spent so much time in the beginning investing in a really splashy hook or something really exciting. They do say, though, that, and the beginnings matter, 40% of memories of college actually come from the month of September. So it's really more preferable to talk about transitions, right, which can encompass both beginnings and endings. So let's think about transitions, and peaks is the most important. We today are really going to be looking at the peaks, what makes a peak, hopefully a positive peak, and how we can create them. So how many of you here have seen the movie Karate Kid? I can't see everybody on my screen, but keep your hand raised so I can just see what we're working with here. All right, okay. So Karate Kid, you know what, Shira, I feel like I saw you shaking your head, and that disappoints me because I know we've had this conversation before, and I know I have told you to see this movie, and a lot of time has passed and you still haven't done it, and so I just want to put my disappointment out there for everyone to hear. Okay, hopefully that's going to make you watch it tonight. Karate Kid, first of all, seminal film of the 80s. I highly recommend it. A lot of different ways you could actually use it in Jewish learning experiences, and especially with teens. But basically, a teenager moves to a brand new town from like Jersey to the West Coast, fish out of water, no friends, really feels on his own, just him and his mom. The landlord of the building, Mr. Miyagi, we don't know this yet, but happens to be, you know, very skilled in martial arts. There's a moment when he is getting threatened physically by a group of bullies at his school, and Mr. Miyagi comes to his rescue, really defends him, starts to build up a trusting relationship with him, and Daniel then goes to him and says, please teach me this. I want to learn self-defense. Please teach me. And the rest of the story sort of goes through their relationship. Now, for those of you that have seen the movie, what would you say the peak experience in the movie is? Unmute yourself or you can put it in the chat. Okay, so someone said final fight scene. So we have the end.
I hate to say the middle, but like for me, it was like him learning all the skills that required him to be able to do the end.
Okay, yeah. You don't have to hate to say the middle. When Mr. Miyagi starts teaching Daniel self-defense. So that's similar, Erica. That's sort of the same what Michelle said. Okay, so I'm going to show you what is really the sort of the peak, most memorable moment in this film for most people.
Nicole, I don't think we can see it.
You can't see this?
No.
No.
What?
Yeah, what we see is a very muted version of your presentation. So it's not even a full active one. It looks like we see your slides on the left, and then the show and tell image, but it's all like kind of grayed over.
I don't even, okay. That's so strange. This has never happened before. Okay, I'm gonna actually fast forward this one part just a little bit, but know that Daniel's basically, he's been asking him to teach him karate. He still hasn't taught him anything. He's been making him do all of these chores, all of these things, and now he's telling him to paint the house. He's been making him do all of these chores for him at this point. So he spent all night painting the house.
What spot? Hey, how come you didn't tell me you were going fishing?
You're not here when I go.
Well, maybe I would have wanted to go. You ever think of that?
You're karate training.
I'm what? I'm being your goddamn slave is what I'm being, man. Now, we made a deal here.
So?
So you're supposed to teach and I'm supposed to learn, remember? For 4 days, I've been busting my ass. I haven't learned a goddamn thing.
You learn plenty.
I learned plenty. I learned how to sand your decks, maybe. I wax your car, paint your house, paint your fence. I learned plenty, right?
Not everything is as same.
Oh, bullshit. I'm going home, man.
Daniel-san! Daniel-san!
What?
Come here. Show me sand the floor.
I can't move my arm, all right? What are you doing? What are you... Ow! Ow, what are you doing?
Now show me sand the floor.
How did you do that?
Shut up!
Sand the floor.
Hey, stand up. Show me sand the floor. Sand the floor. Sand the floor. Big sucker, sand the floor. Sand the floor. Yes. Now show me wax on, wax off. Hey.
Wax on, wax off.
Wax on, wax off. Hey, wax on, hot. Wax off. Hot. Concentrate. Look at my eye. Lock a hand. Thumb inside. Wax on, hot. Wax off, hot. Wax on, hot. Wax off, hot. Wax on. Wax off. Show me paint the fence. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Other side. Look eye. Always look eye. Show me paint the house. Side. Lock wrist. Side. Yes. Show me wax on, wax off. That! Show me paint the fence. That! Show me side to side. That! Show me sand the floor. Look eye. Always look eye. Come back tomorrow.
I want to go back to that one. That's the look. Yeah, that's the look. Okay. What made that peak? What made that powerful?
That's the moment everything clicks. It all makes sense. Now we can go on with the rest of the movie.
Now we can go on with the rest of the movie. And now he can go on, right? Click. It was the aha moment. I like to call this the Miyagi moment, right? Thinking about what are our Miyagi moments in our work? What are our Miyagi moments when we're working with our learners? Anything else for folks about what made this really powerful?
He realized he could do it.
Yes. Yeah, that he could actually do something, that he actually has been building skills, that he's been building muscle. And also, by the way, that relationship with him and Mr. Miyagi is only deepened at this point, right? I mean, there was a moment he was questioning, is he just like, doesn't care what I've asked for? Is he not sort of living up to his end of the agreement? But it became clear to him, like, oh, okay, he's been doing this all along. He may not have been doing it the way I'd wanted it to. But, oh, in fact, he does care about what I care about. He does care about my well-being, right? Which was a really big, important moment. Okay, so this book, The Power of Moments, how many of you have read this book or perused the book in some way? Raise your hand if you have. Keep it up so I can see you. Okay, a few. For those of you that have really closely looked at this book, you're going to see a summary of a lot of what you see. But what I also want you to think about is how you could, listening to an audio, but only halfway through, perfect. But also, so if some of this does seem repetitious, really thinking about, okay, applying these, right? So as we're talking about these principles, how do I apply them specifically to our work? For those of you that haven't, after this, I really recommend taking a look at it. I mean, it could be that my summary is good enough, and I like to think it is, and it's thorough. But this is a book that I keep returning back to, and I find it actually really applicable and really important to the work that we do as educators. So what is a powerful moment? A defining or powerful moment is a short experience that is both memorable and meaningful. Okay, a short experience that is both memorable and meaningful. And what Chip and Dan Heath do in this book is they really break it down into 4 elements. Okay, elevation, insight, pride, and connection. So we're going to explore all 4 of these and how it connects to our work. So the first that we're going to look at is elevation. They define moments of elevation as experiences that rise above the routine. Experiences that make us feel engaged, amazed, joyful, and motivated. And there are 3 ways they believe you really can create these moments of elevation. The first is to boost sensory appeal. The second is to raise the stakes. The third is to break the script. Okay, so let's take a look at boosting sensory appeal. Now, I want you to take a look at these pictures. These are pictures of a hotel called the Magic Castle. Okay, this is a popular hotel in Los Angeles. Take a look at the pictures. You're seeing the pool, you're seeing the lobby, you're seeing a picture of, standard rooms. Guess the TripAdvisor rating that this hotel has out of 387 hotels in LA. Know that I wrote this out pre-COVID, or right at the beginning of COVID. Things have changed marginally since then. Obviously, the hotel industry has not been booming and people haven't been putting a lot of reviews in, but it's still mostly similar. So out of 387 hotels in LA, what's the TripAdvisor rating? If you know the answer to this, don't let everybody else know. Give me a guess. No, so what I mean is out of 387 hotels, not number of stars. Out of the 387, what number is it? So Erica thinks top 25. It's nice. Erica kind of took like a bigger. All right. Okay. Susan's saying number 8. Aviva says top 100. Okay. 300, 150. All right. Now we're across the board, which is what I like. This is what I like. Okay. Because then we get more of that sort of Miyagi moment when you find out. Okay. So actually, number 4, LA. You guys been to LA? There are some snazzy, fancy schmancy hotels in LA, gorgeous ones, even the ones that aren't as fancy, really beautiful and spectacular. Okay, so this is out of 387 hotels, right? And out of, at the time, 3,481 reviews, 93% of the guests rated the hotel either excellent or very good, right? Yes, you're totally right. Kitchen looked terrible. Okay, so how can this be? Okay, boosting sensory appeal, right? So what is this, right? Turning up the volume, making things look better or taste better or sound better or feel better than they usually do, taking something from ordinary to extraordinary or from good to great. Okay, so how do they do that? The thing that almost everybody on their reviews talks about more than anything else is the popsicle hotline. Now you look at this doesn't look so pretty or fancy. What is the popsicle hotline? Kids, adults, whomever can go up to this red phone and they pick up the phone and someone answers and says, what flavor popsicle would you like? They tell them their flavor and then someone in white gloves and a silver platter comes out and gives them their free popsicle, all free popsicle whenever they want it, however many times that they want it. Okay. And it's not like they come out with it. It's you ring the phone, somebody comes out with the popsicle. Okay. In addition to that, they have a snack menu, right? All which can be ordered at no cost at any point, right? And again, it's not like a pretty fancy menu, but they have this like little tchotchke snack menu. They have a board game menu and a DVD menu, all loaned for free. 3 times a week, magicians perform tricks at breakfast, right? Because the Magic Castle is also connected to a place, the Magic Castle, where a lot of magicians come and they put on shows. And this one I thought was really interesting. You can drop off unlimited loads of laundry for free washing. Clothes are returned later in the day. They're wrapped in butcher paper with twine and a little sprig of lavender. Okay, so these these things that seem like, okay, fine, like it's not huge, right? But to please customers, you don't have to obsess over every detail, right? They'll forgive small swimming pools, underwhelming room decor, terrible kitchens, Megan, as long as some moments are magical. So one small example of this for our family is before we were able to move into our house, I live in Boston. Before we were able to move into our house, we had to stay in a hotel for a few weeks at a time because it wasn't ready. And we stayed at like the Sheraton in Needham, and you go in and it's not like, it basically looks like any other hotel you could imagine. But they have a toy chest behind the desk. And for any kids, they say, open the toy chest and pick out any toy that you want. Okay, simple. I mean, they get like cheap whatever and they fill it in this toy chest. But for my kids, best thing could have happened, right? Best thing they could have done. They always remember the hotel with the toys, right? There was nothing else about it that was so phenomenal. The toy chest that made it for them. So in the book, Dan and Chip Heath say, so the surprise about great service experiences is that they are mostly forgettable and occasionally remarkable, right? So thinking about that, think about and reflect on where are the moments that you can boost sensory appeal in your programs, right? Where are the moments that you do it already and can up it? Where are the moments where you can do it that you just haven't thought about, right? Because on cruise ships, yeah, for sure, Erica, totally. But like, what's that equivalent for us, right? I know we're not running hotels. I know we're not running cruise ships. I know we're not Disney, right? And we don't have the resources. But, you know, it doesn't take a ton of resources even for that hotel. I mean, honestly, that popsicle thing is probably the cheapest thing that hotel does. Right? Having a bunch of snacks, maybe they got at Costco or whatever, whole price, and giving them out for free. These are some of the cheapest things that they do. They're the most memorable for folks. How do we go from the mostly forgettable to even the occasionally remarkable? The second part
before you can even go on, just so that I can process this, can we just get like maybe 3 or 4 more really quick, simple examples of what that looks like in, you know, like a Hebrew High or like a, you know, a weekly gathering of teen space? What does that look like other than having a box of food?
What do we think? What do you guys think?
I just put an example in the chat, but I love to serve teens things like when they're not expecting it, and to like actually not make them come to it, but me go to them and say, here, I want to give this to you. So it creates a surprise, a yummy, whatever, something for them, but also that personal connection between us.
And similar to that, we always have boring animal crackers out during snack, you know, self-serve, whatever. But once a month, I have the Majichim walk around with a tray of Oreos, because they have to be monitored, to the students. And they're like, Oreos, wow. You know, it's Oreos. That's it, but they love it.
I mean, it really is often the small things that we don't think about that can make something really special to people, right?
Especially if it's unexpected, even a small thing can be really meaningful.
Yes, the element of surprise is a part, and that's one of the things Chip and Dan Heath talk about, the randomness of it and the surprise of it. If it's something that they start to expect every time, right? That's why Magic Castle can get away with this. Nobody's staying at the Magic Castle every week or every month or every year, right? So also thinking about making sure you don't start to systematize like delight, right? Like randomize it. If they start to expect it, it just becomes part of the expected. So how do you keep it unexpected?
Also, something I think camp does really well is like doing something once a year. So the students are like expecting it to a certain extent, but they don't know when it's going to happen. So they're like really excited for when it does happen, because it's like built up excitement over the year that like, oh, we're going to have frozen chocolate bananas one day a year, and we just have to wait for that day to happen. So like, I think that suspense also adds to things like that.
Absolutely. Listen, I also think, I know it's something that happens every week, but Shabbat at camp, that's boosting sensory appeal. I mean, think about it, right? People wear different clothes. The schedule totally changes. Saturday mornings, they get to sleep in. They get, at least at our camp, right, bagels, or, Crane Lake brings in, they were bringing in like Dunkin' Donuts on a Saturday morning. You get special meals, you get special treats, you have a special schedule. It doesn't seem like that, but it is. It's in certain ways, it's boosting sensory appeal, right? It's changing things up. And like you said, Sandy, right? Like giving things to look forward to. Okay, there's more here. So I think actually more things are going to spark ideas as we go through them. So what is sort of raising the stakes, right? So if you think about maybe some of your, one or two of your most memorable moments from high school, what do they tend to be? Really, I mean, the memorable ones, the most memorable ones. Band trips, so trips. Right, for a lot of people, dances, like proms, homecomings, right? Yeah, absolutely. Big musical productions. Sometimes meets or games, competitions if you're on a team, right? So there was a group of teachers at a high school that said, what if we could design an academic experience that was as memorable as prom, right? So they were finding that, and this is a direct quote from the principal, right? So what he said was, in sports, there's a game and it's in front of an audience. But we run school like it's nonstop practice. You never get a game, right? Nobody would go out for a basketball team if you never had a game. What is the game for students, right? So this one school decided they really wanted to up it. They wanted to create something really memorable. And this you can sort of imagine is like, there's something here about project-based learning in here, right? So what they decided to do is they were reading Lord of the Flies, and they told the students, they did it once, now they do it every single year. Okay, we are suing the author of Lord of the Flies for libel for grossly misrepresenting human nature, right? And they were all assigned parts, defense attorneys, prosecutors, judge, jury. For the big day, they actually went into a courtroom. Parents were invited. They wore suits. They built up a case. They had it wasn't just like, oh, let's do a mock trial in the gym, right? Like they raised the stakes. They made it like a really intense experience, right? And something where, things were on the line, right? So to speak. When you think about raising the stakes, you think about poker, right? It's like really putting something on the line, putting yourself out there. So this question of, how do you up the ante, right? It adds an element of productive pressure. So think about a competition, a game, a performance, a deadline, a public commitment, an audience, a challenge, nervous excitement, a chance to show off, right? So one of the things they said is typically if people feel the need to pull out their cameras, you've transcended the ordinary. Now, these guys are like a different generation, and I think they wrote that before everybody pulled out their cameras for everything. But it is still an interesting thing to think about, right? So postable things, right? So I want to bring us back to this, right? That the surprise about great service experience is that they are mostly forgettable and occasionally remarkable. So what we can't do is let the occasionally remarkable moments, we shouldn't leave them to chance. because when we leave them to chance, this is what happens. Mostly forgettable. Okay? So there are a lot of remarkable moments that sort of happen spontaneously. Yeah. That we know that. I mean, there are certain things we know, like proms, you know, whatever. So, you know, we have certain things in our systems. Maybe we have a confirmation service, right? Maybe we have like a confirmation trip or a retreat. We have certain things that maybe are built into our system. But how do we think about, right, that occasionally remarkable? And look at that. It says occasionally. Remember, moments are short in time. This doesn't mean knock it out of the park 24/7, 365. It means finding moments for the occasionally remarkable. So thinking about this, I want you to think about, and I want to keep going, and we can have moments where and share in the chat, by the way, if ideas start to spark. How can you raise the stakes in your program? Yeah. Maybe it's about making work more visible and creating an audience. Maybe it's increasing pressure and the challenge to succeed at something. Maybe it's creating the opportunity for winning or for losing. It's maybe making explicit why and how their hard work matters, right? So how do you raise the stakes in your program, in your learning? And finally, this third part of elevation is about breaking the script. So what is breaking the script? Define people's expectations of how an experience will unfold, right? So strategic surprise. The most memorable periods of our lives are times when we break the script. Think about birthdays, rites of passage, weddings, milestones, right? So how do we do this outside of these moments? There's an amazing story about a family who had a little boy who had this giraffe named Joshi. And Joshi was like, you know, it was a security giraffe. This is what this child needed to sleep at night, to feel calm, to not feel anxious. And they were staying at the Ritz-Carlton, and they left Joshi there. And the parents were panicked, and they called the hotel. The hotel said, okay, we're going to look for Joshi. Don't worry about it. And then a week later, they get a package in the mail with Joshi and then a binder of Joshi's summer vacation. Because the staff of the Ritz-Carlton took pictures of Joshi having a fun vacation. They sent him with all of these things, right? So that it wasn't that Joshi was left behind. Joshi just wanted to stay for an extended vacation, right? So you can imagine, not only did this dad go on, he wrote a blog about it. It was seen millions of times. So by the way, think about like how Ritz-Carlton was boosted in that moment. But like, you know, as far as they were concerned, not only were they going to, anytime they traveled, then stay at the Ritz-Carlton, damn be the price, but then they were going to tell everybody else about their experience and to stay there. Yeah. So Southwest breaks the script a lot. Like if you've been on a Southwest flight, right? The flight attendants they crack jokes. When they're doing the big long introductions about fastening your seatbelts and the safety aisles and like they always have punchlines and jokes and they're silly, right? The Southwest, and they find that a lot of the joking and that sort of lightheartedness makes a huge difference for people when they're choosing between Southwest and say a comparable airline that's similar. Disney does this a lot. Disney cleaning staff, well, if there are different stuffed animals in the rooms, which there are a lot of families with a lot of stuffed animals, they'll place the stuffed animals in like fun little things, reading stories to each other, or in fun little shapes, or in fun, so they'll do these elements of surprise. A lot of the Disney staff, I've noticed, if they see a princess or someone in a superhero outfit, they'll go to the kid, they'll have an autograph book, they'll ask for their autograph, right? The little moments, I mean, these are big splashy places, but it's the little moments that matter. Unless you think this was a one-time deal, apparently this happened again. They went back to the Ritz-Carlton, left Joshi again. I think actually they left Joshi at a different hotel. So they went back to the Ritz-Carlton, they told the staff about it. And so then the staff sent them a new friend, Jeffy, that they told them was the long lost cousin of Joshi. And it had turned out, by the way, Joshi had become like urban legend among the staff. They all knew about this giraffe named Joshi, which by the way, helped them then create a culture where that was happening more often, right? Now we talked about if you create a delightful surprise on a regular basis, people start to get used to it. So a broken script could then become the script. So Pret is a really good example of introducing a bit of randomness. So Pret employees are allowed to give away a certain number of hot drinks and food items every single week. And almost a third of customers have gotten something free at least once. But it's not like they have free Fridays or free Mondays, but each staff person is empowered to give out a certain number, and they get to choose who gets a free item. So it's random, it's delightful, right? A lot of things that Pret does, these are the things that people remember that might make them choose them over something else. So if we know this effort yields such high rewards, why don't more people do it? So let's take a look, okay? So there was customer service researchers at Forrester, which is a leading research and advisory firm, and they conducted an annual survey of more than 120,000 customers about their most recent experience with companies from ranging from Disney, Porsche, Southwest Airlines, so on and so forth. And one of the questions asked how the customers felt about the experience, 1 to 7, 1 being very bad and 7 being very good. So then they looked at these results. They went to a lot of these places, Disney, Porsche, Southwest, and they asked the executives, right? Okay, I'm going to give you 2 plans. The first plan is plan A, where you could essentially eliminate the negatives, take anyone that rated it 1, 2, 3, magically it would go to 4. Plan B is to elevate the positives. So anyone that, let's say, did 4, 5, 6, they would make it a 7, right? So what do you think they picked? Anyone have
Elevate the positives?
So you think they picked elevate the positives? Michelle thinks A. I'd also ask you, what would you pick? Any ideas what you would do in this situation? A, okay. B, this is what they discovered. They discovered that their companies put 80% of their effort into eliminating the negatives, paving potholes, yeah? Taking the unhappy customers and making them sort of moderately happy. But they also discovered that doing plan B was 9 times more valuable because people that were in the 7 category recommended whatever the service was more, spent more money, kept returning, right? They ended up getting far more yields from elevating positives, and yet everybody continued to put effort into eliminating negatives. And this isn't about ignoring big problems. You can't ignore big problems, but it's about reallocating attention. So think about the script in your work, yeah? Maybe the script for a meeting, for prayer, for learning, for transitions. And take a minute to think about how to break it. How do you defy expectations and create strategic surprise? It's absolutely true, Erica. It is easier to make happy people happier than mad, miserable people happy. It's true. And you want the happiest, right? I mean, I think Disney says that they don't even not pay attention, but they don't put their focus on any rating that isn't excellent. They put how do we make that rating excellent then? If someone just says good, they don't consider it a success. Now, we're not machines, okay? We also have to temper our expectations and we have to manage them. But what would it look like if we reallocated our attention into elevating the positives and to trying to make them the most positive, the most peak?
Yeah, can I just say, it feels like if we're focusing on eliminating the negatives, we're using all of our energy to firefight, right? We're constantly putting out fires. And hopefully it's not actually that bad, but this idea of you only have so much capacity, I only have so much time in a day. If I know I'm doing something good and it's getting results, might as well empower that to become the fountain of the resource. And then, hopefully those other negative things start to simmer. I mean, it has to be taken care of, but how are we spending our time?
Of course. And broken water pipes, right? Serious safety hazards. We can't ignore those, of course, right? Of course. But you're absolutely right, Aviva. Where are we spending our time and energy? And by the way, what is that also doing for us? Because how are you guys feeling if you're spending 80% of your time fighting fires? Like, are you motivated? Are you inspired? Are you doing your best work? Are they getting your best work? So as a quick recap, yeah, this is what we know. They rise above the routine. They make us feel engaged, joyful, amazed, motivated. Do this by boosting sensory appeal, raising the stakes, breaking the script. And finally, beware the soul-sucking force of reasonableness, right? I'm sure there were a few moments that executives at the Magic Castle said, why don't we just put a cooler outside with the popsicles and then, you know, save on staff time? Maybe we don't have to pay that, right? But no, because that sucks all the delight away, because it's not just about free popsicles. It's about the experience, picking up a phone, getting someone to come out with white gloves, not something they had invested too much time in. So I feel like beware the soul-sucking force of reasonableness. I want you to remember that. I want you to think about that when you're trying to create delight. And sure enough, there's going to be someone on the board or a parent or an executive director that's like, what if we just, yeah? Anytime you hear the word just, I want your ears to perk up. And I want you to think, is this going to take delight away, right? Is it going to be worth it, the cost benefit of it? I'm going to try and go through the next ones really quickly. We don't have a lot of time, and that's my fault. So I apologize for that. But let's look at the next piece, which is insight. Moments of insight deliver realizations and transformations, and they do that by two main things: allowing your learners to trip over the truth and stretching for insight, okay? So tripping over the truth, a defining moment that in an instant can change the way you see the world, yeah? It's an insight that packs an emotional wallop. When you have a sudden realization, one you didn't see coming, one you know viscerally is right, you've tripped over the truth. It's a defining moment that in an instant can change the way that you see the world. We saw that a bit with Mr. Miyagi and Daniel, right? That moment where he realized all of those things he was learning, that was leading to something. A wonderful, thank you, Erica. That helps. So let me ask you, what is a memorable aha moment that you've experienced, right? It's defining. You never forget it. And what made it an aha moment? Any aha moments here? I've had that moment too, Susan. I've had that moment too. Huh. Nice, Michelle. Yeah, that connected pieces for you and illuminated a path. Definitely changed the course of your life. Anyone else have a aha moment and something specific you feel like, wow, this made it so? If I could break it down into some elements, this is what made it so powerful, such a powerful aha moment. So tripping over the truth, right? This idea of what tripping over the truth, there's three parts to it, right? The first is clear insight. So the aha moment, the like something clicks, right? Something clicks, the pieces come together. It's compressed in time. Tripping happens quickly, right? I mean, sometimes I'll have like a masterful trip and it'll last like 15 seconds and like it's a whole situation, but usually tripping happens quickly, right? So it takes minutes or hours, not weeks or months when we're thinking about a moment like this. And it's discovered by the audience itself. Okay? So what does that mean? It means we've all had our moments when it would be so much easier to just tell our learners, the kids, our audience, whomever, like, either why they're wrong or what they're not getting or what they're missing. But it is 100% of the time, 100% more powerful if they get there themselves. And if we can create a situation, engineer a situation where they get to that discovery themselves. The discovery lasts much longer than being told. Yeah, that we know that. And you can't appreciate the solution until you appreciate the problem. So some of these examples that they would show in the book is about dramatizing problems, right? It's like it was bringing a group of experts, like sanitation experts, into a developing country in Africa where they were having just massive sickness and all of these terrible problems. And they figured out what it was, and it had to do with where they were going to the bathroom and it getting into the water and all of this. But instead of telling them that, they actually dramatized the problem for them. They used chalk, they used water, they made a model of their building so that they could see the problem for themselves, because they were never going to go through the effort of trying to fix it if they couldn't see and understand for themselves why it was a problem and why it was such a big problem, right? So that thing with Daniel and the Mr. Miyagi, I mean, yeah, he could have said after the first day when he was like, why am I waxing your car? And he's like, because this skill and this muscle is going to really help you in karate and in self-defense, right? Well, first of all, it would have made for a super boring movie and would not have attained iconic status as it does. And second of all, that wouldn't have been a powerful aha moment for Daniel. And therefore, none of the things that had then followed would have been an important moment. And by the way, he would have also lost out on learning responsibility, learning that like when you ask something of someone else, you also have to give of yourself, both in trust and in effort. There were so many lessons that would not have been learned if he had just in that moment said, this is why we're doing this. Yeah. So it also creates a really interesting dilemma for us as educators between we want to manage expectations and be transparent to our learners because they need a trust with us to be able to go along with us. But we also want the element of surprise, right? We want them to trip over that truth. So how do we toe that line between, if we make it go too long, right? At a certain point, Daniel's ready to just give up. He's like, this is nonsense. This is enough. And Mr. Miyagi could see that and noticed that. But also Mr. Miyagi had developed a relationship of trust up to that point that Daniel was willing to go along with him, right? So relationship is also really important in this. So an example of this is with a professor in a course design institute, Michael Palmer. And he basically was hired to help professors learn how to teach because they knew they're expert. They had expertise in their subject matter, but they had no idea how to deliver it in a powerful or meaningful way to their students, right? And we've seen this. There are a lot of academics out there that, know their subject front and back, but they just can't teach it. So he had them all come in and he had them bring in all their syllabi. And he said, imagine that you have a group of dream students. They're engaged, they're perfectly behaved, they have perfect memories. Fill in this sentence. 3 to 5 years from now, my students will know, they will still be able to do X, and they will still find value in Y. And he said, how much of your current syllabus will advance your students toward the dreams you have for them? You could imagine that the answer for the majority of them was basically none of it. So he knew, right? So this is something we would call backwards design. He knew from the beginning what they were doing wrong and what they needed to do to make it right. But had he just told them that, rather than allowing them to experience that discovery for themselves, it would have made for a far less powerful experience. And one professor even called it life altering. And he said after that, and their exercises together and their time together, these professors put together some of the most transformative, powerful syllabuses. And I'm talking about like science professors and history. I mean, we're not just, it's not just, values and things that are, I think, really easy to make powerful. I mean, really some boring subjects that they were able to make come alive because they had this experience, right? So they tripped over the truth. The second of this is stretching for insight. Yeah. So, okay, stretching for insight. So this is essentially what this means, right? So mentors push, and if the mentor pushes, then a mentee stretches, right? So the kind of sweet sauce for this, they say, is high standards plus assurance. I have high expectations for you, and I know you can meet them, plus direction and support. So try this new challenge, and if you fail, I'm going to help you recover, and I'm going to be with you every step of the way, right? I think that we as mentors, a lot of the time, we want to protect, or teachers, we want to protect our students, right? We want to protect them from failure. We don't want them to take risks that might hurt themselves, emotionally. But pushing requires mentors to expose the mentee to risk, right? Because if they don't stretch and take a chance, they're not gonna get farther, right? And the role of the mentor is also to help move them along, not to keep them in place, right? It's to help them stretch, not to keep them shrunken. So I kind of like this idea of like a duck and cover versus stretch, right? So it's thinking about the effect of what we do. When we overly shelter, right, the people underneath us will duck and cover, but and they'll contract. But if we challenge them appropriately and safely, we give them space, but in a safe environment, then they'll stretch, right? So this equation, essentially, they say, leads to enhanced self-insight. We want our learners to have this enhanced self-insight. It's the high expectations, but the belief in them, plus directing them with a lot of support, right? Emotional support, even physical support. So there's one person who's like a CEO of a particular company. And one of the things she talked about was that every night at their dinner table, her parents would say, "What did you guys fail at this week?" That was the question that they asked. So when she was asked, like, how did you get to be so successful, right? How did you come up with this idea? How did you? And she said, because I looked at failure as a necessary step to getting success, that it was something that was encouraged in my family in a safe way. I mean, that one question that her dad asked her over dinner and that they talked about as a family stayed with her and was sort of just a leading philosophy for the rest of her life. So that
sorry. I'm so sorry. The equation before with the high standards, I just wanted to equal again, enhanced self-insight. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Self-insight. Yeah. And I can make, it's going to be a big PDF, but I can certainly make one of the slides. That'll be helpful for you guys. So another thing that certain companies do, right? And I'm sure you've heard of this, like failure fests, failure parties, right? This idea, right? This idea that says, because we always talk about, we talk, okay, fail forward, but how many organizations, how many boards, how many supervisors actually give that space for failure, right? It's a difference between also allowing failure and encouraging it, right? Because you can't encourage someone to stretch and take risks if you're not going to also encourage failure. So this is one way, right? There's different organizations. If you look up Fail Fest, you're going to find them all over the place, all over the internet, different places doing it, right? What does that look like? What does that look like for us? I just loved this quote in the book. We'll never know our reach unless we stretch, right? How do we help our learners stretch? So this is this again, just so you've got that. So moments of insight, deliver realizations and transformations, right? Aha, quick discovery. So that idea that it is an aha moment, compressed in time, happens quickly, discovered by the audience themselves. So ask yourself, how can we engineer for insight? How can we create situations where our students discover realizations and experience transformation? Our third principle is pride. So we're going to explore what makes a moment of pride. Moments of pride allow us to be seen, recognized, and celebrated, right? Some of you, when you were talking about memorable moments, shared some moments of pride that you had. This involves recognizing others and multiplying milestones. So I'm going to show you one of my favorite scenes from one of my favorite shows, The Office. Little show of hands, keep your hand up so I can see how many of you are familiar with The Office, even if you haven't seen a lot of it. Okay, good, 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 good. All right, so here we have a moment between Michael Scott, who's kind of the doofus boss, and Pam, who at the time was the administrative assistant of The Office. And they've had sort of a whatever, nobody really takes Michael seriously, and they kind of make fun of him. They sort of feel bad for him. Sometimes that he's endearing, but there was one really transformational moment that happened in their relationship that changed the course of their relationship for the rest of the show. Pam has an art show. She loves to do art. She finally got the confidence to put her art that she'd been doing in a class on display. And the only person from the office who had shown up, she invited everybody, and only one person showed up. And he and his partner, when they didn't know she was there, basically were criticizing her art, and nobody else showed up for her. And then this happened. So that moment, that small moment, showing up for her, recognizing her, celebrating her, changed their relationship forever. One moment, there are a lot, if you know Michael Scott, you know he tries really, really hard to make people like him. He tries so hard. It was a small thing. It was a small moment. And of all the ways we can create moments of pride for others, the simplest is just to offer them recognition, right? A few minutes can change a life. There were stories in the book about, this one girl who had this really bad incident with a choir teacher who basically was like, your voice sounds different than everybody else. Just mouth the words. You're standing out too much, mouth the words. And the thing she loved the most, she stopped doing. Then she went to a camp a few summers later, and the teacher noticed that she was mouthing. She wasn't singing. So she asked her to stay after. And it took some work, but she started singing for her. And she took her face in her hands and she just said something like, your voice is the love child of, I don't know what she said, something like Joan Baez and Bob Dylan. And she said, it's spectacular. It's spectacular. And that moment changed the trajectory of her life and how she believed in herself. A few minutes can change a life, right? For the good and for the bad. So think about, yourself. When have you had a proud moment where you felt recognized and seen? What did that do for you? So this is something that I came up with that, isn't from the book. So I can claim ownership of this, but, actually, I'm just going to go back for a second. There's 4 simple ways to do this, right? See it, name it, celebrate it, nurture it. Right? It doesn't take changing a curriculum, changing a program. It could be small moments where we see something in somebody else. We name it for them. We celebrate it and we nurture it. The small moments can make such a difference. Yes, Erica, changes their world, can change their life. Effective recognition is personal, not programmatic, right? So it talked about there are some places they do an employee of the month, right? Or, listen, even to a certain extent, paper plate awards can start to become programmatic. It's not to say they're bad. It's not to say there isn't room for them, but it's to remember that the most effective recognition is personal and it feels authentic. I'm not getting an award because they feel like I have to, right? Or because everybody else got one. And a small investment of effort yields a huge reward. So I'm going to go through this part quick. The second part of this is just multiplying milestones. Okay, so right here is the person, if you guys have ever heard of Couch to 5K, the person that created the sort of Couch to 5K, which gets you from like doing nothing to running a 5K in 8 weeks, created it because he wanted to get back into running. And every time he had tried, it just like, it was boring. It wasn't interesting. He wasn't finding success. Then he started realizing if I break it down into small pieces, right? If I break it down into smaller goals, instead of just me, one big goal, either I get there or I don't. But what if I created multiple milestones on my way of things I could feel proud of? So, and he asked this question, right? How do we give people easy victories? How do we create multiple moments of pride instead of just, okay, let's just use the obvious, 0 to you have your bar mitzvah. What are the milestones on the way to that? That's inspiring, that's motivating, that gives them a chance to be really proud of themselves. So Peloton does this really, really well, right? They do all sorts of things, right? How many of this workout have you done? How they track that? How many days in a row have you used their app? Have you done something for yourself? How many weeks in a row, right? So motivating milestones we anticipate. After 100 of any particular workout, whether cycling or meditation or stretching or strength training, you get a shirt from them. You get a free shirt. And it's like this big deal to get a shirt. You get shout outs from instructors if you get a certain number of things. And then you have something like Fitbit, which surfaces milestones already met, right? So they start, you wouldn't know otherwise that, you know, you did the penguin march, right? Which is that you've basically walked up to this point, the distance of the march of the penguins, right? It's not like you're reaching for that, but once you've hit a milestone, they do things to surface it. So there's creating motivating milestones, and then there's also ways to surface milestones that are already being met, right? Like our students could already be meeting things. What if we surfaced those and made those cause for celebration along the way, right? And another way of doing this is leveling up. So this is just, and I'm just gonna leave this really quickly. I mean, this is just a fun way to think about, you know, this one gamer thought about, you know, he wanted to learn like the ukulele or some instrument. And it was always like 0 to like being able to play on the ukulele. He's like, what if I made this like a game with different levels, right? So learning Spanish, for instance, right? So many people are like, well, I just want to learn a new language. 0 to learn a new language. What if I leveled up, right? What if the first level that I have to complete is to be able to order a meal in Spanish? And what if the second one is having a simple conversation in Spanish? And what if the third one is glancing at a Spanish newspaper and understanding at least one headline? And the fourth is following the action, right? In a Spanish cartoon. And what if you made the destination something really fun and awesome instead of just learn to speak Spanish? What if it's have a full normal conversation in Spanish in Mexico, right? Like, what if it was something really fun instead of just learn this thing? And we made it like really something to reach for, but all these different levels along the way. So how do we multiply the number of motivating milestones en route to a goal and create the opportunity for pride for each one of these, for pride and celebration? This last one, connection, listen, it's something that you all do better than most, right? We know moments of connection deepen our relationships with others, and to spark these moments, we must create shared meaning. And the way, there's really 3 ways they talk about doing that: synchronized moments, shared struggle, connection to meaning. And this is just going to be a reminder for you all, but right, so synchronizing moments, recognize that, think about how many peak moments are shared social moments. I'm not necessarily talking about our current situation, but in general, outside of a pandemic world, right? Weddings, birthday parties, retirement celebrations, festivals, concerts, competitions, political rallies, marches, right? The sharedness, experiencing it as a group together, right? Because when you're experiencing it as a group together, right, there's really 4 things that you're saying, is that this is important, this is real, we're in this together, and what we're doing matters. When you do this as a big group, this is what you get. You get these senses of what you're doing that makes it so powerful. The second piece is not just struggle, but purposeful struggle, right? So think about moments when you've bonded most and quickest with the group. tends to often be surrounded by struggle, right? Could be as simple as, think about like game nights, trivia nights, that's quick bonding. Being on a team, right? Being on a softball team. We know we do this a lot in camp, right? Obstacle courses, like a lot of those kinds of trust building activities, right? But then we see, you know, protesting, marches, building houses, something that is a struggle where the right conditions are present, right? And those conditions are that the work means something to them, that they have some autonomy in carrying it out, and that it's their choice to participate or not, meaning they can opt out or not, right? Not forced struggle. We've certainly heard the horror stories of teachers that, you know, create like horrific simulations of things in order to get their kids to struggle and whatever, but there's no opt out of that, right? So it's important to balance that with creating that powerful moment. And another minute of stuff, and then I'm done. The other piece of this about deepening relationships is about thinking about this one central organizing principle that social psychologist Harry T. Reese came up with, which is perceived partner responsiveness. So essentially, right, our relationships are stronger when we perceive that our partners are responsive to us. So what does that mean? It means it contains three things: responsiveness, understanding, my partner knows how I see myself and what is important to me; validation, my partner respects who I am and what I want; caring, my partner takes active and supportive steps in helping me meet my needs. And that partner is anyone you're in relationship with, right? That's how I'm defining partner. So this is also us with our students, right? How are we showing them understanding, validation, and caring? Because relationships can always be deepened. And finally, moments of connection is about connecting to meaning. So this idea of purpose, there was a Berkeley professor who surveyed 5,000 employees to understand what made star performers. Okay, so performance was of course highest with those who marked a high passion with a high purpose. 80% who said their passion for the work was high and their sense of purpose was high. How many people, what do you think the percentage was for those that, let's say, had high purpose but low passion? %, Michelle says. Anyone else? It was 80% with both. I'll just tell you if you're thinking.
Wait, can you ask that question again?
So for those that reported that they had high passion for their work, right? That the passion for their work was high and their sense of purpose was high, it was the 80% like performance, right? Like high performance from 0 to 100% being like the ultimate star performance. They performed at 80%. But those that had high purpose but low passion, %, Matt says. So it was 20%. It was 20%. So what did they discover? I'm sorry. I wrote that wrong. Sorry. High passion but low purpose was 20%. Which means what? We always say follow passion's most important, right? So as long as we do what our students are passionate about, they're going to be super engaged. But actually, as it turns out, purpose is much more important than passion. Because you could do something, because the thing about passion is passions are individualistic. People have individual passions, but purpose is something that we can create shared purpose and meaning around. So for those that had high purpose but low passion, that was 64% versus 20% for the opposite. So it's not enough to connect with our students on their passions. If they do not have a sense of shared purpose, then that's it. Yeah, then it's just not going to engage them or create a powerful moment. So just think about these 4 questions as you do the work that you do, right? Think about the moments and how you can elevate them, how you can spark insight, how you can enhance pride, and how you can boost the sense of connection. and stay alert to the promises that moments hold. And I want to give you guys a link that I'm going to put in the chat. This is a form that you can fill out if you want a little free swag from HUC. We are happy to send it to you. Just fill out that form. It'll be a surprise, a little moment of surprise and delight. So I'm not going to tell you what it is. And this is my information if you want to contact me. And the other thing I'm offering, I'm also a credentialed coach. And I will offer to you guys, to have more time, a 30-minute free coaching session if you're interested. It can be career coaching. It can be maybe you're stuck and you're having a dilemma and you just want someone to help talk you through it. Maybe it's like you're thinking about, wanting to move up or move to a different place and you're trying to figure out what to do. Or it's just about maybe a particular program you want some coaching on. Anyway, I'm offering it. You can email me, tell me you were in this session, and we'll make it happen.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was so much information. I know probably some of us are in overload. And this, I think, is another conversation that we should probably continue later on and really kind of etch out what it could look like in some of our programmatic areas. So thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much for the coaching offer too. That's incredible. I know we didn't get it into the swag bag, but it's still part of our swag bag. So definitely take her up on that. And we are looking forward to our next session today. We are going to have Alicia Pedowitz, Moving Traditions California Director. The session title, I'm going to try it today, is Let's Talk About Sex, Baby. Helping Jewish teens make meaning out of consent, healthy touch, and sexuality. I encourage all of you to sing it in your head as I stated it aloud. I know Alicia was supposed to have a colleague with her today, but unfortunately that's not happening, but we are thrilled to have you. And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yes, my colleague Eve Berger, who is our Philadelphia director of Moving Traditions, had a family emergency right before this started. So I apologize that you're going to hear the same voice for the next hour, but everything that I'm sharing with you is coming from both of us. So as Erica said, I'm the California director of Moving Traditions. So what that means is I work with our partners across California to bring our preteen and teen programs into their communities. In a nutshell, Moving Traditions, our approach is to combine the most current research in healthy adolescent development, social emotional learning theory, and Jewish wisdom as a source of strength, Jewish wisdom and ritual and community, I should say, in navigating the joys and challenges of adolescence. We have a number of programs for preteens and their parents, and also for teens of all genders. And we partner with synagogues and other institutions across the country to bring those programs to your teens. What we're going to do here today comes from that work. So I'm also always happy to talk to you about partnering within your own community, wherever that may be. So yes, the title referencing a song, Let's Talk About Sex, Baby. As I said, this session really looking at different ways to kind of break down the big topic of teens, consent, sex, intimacy, touch, healthy touch, which even takes on a whole new meaning this year of all years, sexuality. Comes from many aspects of our programs. My goal is that everything that we do here today is something that you might be able to take with you and do something with teens in your own programs. And as I said, we have even more curriculum and programs. So we can also talk about bringing in more robust to your communities. So what I want to ask you to do is in the chat, because I hear that's the way that has been most productive for conversation. When you think about these topics, consent, sexuality, touch, etc., what are teens carrying with them right now? What are all of the different things that you can think of that impact how teens experience or think about those things? Yeah, right. Mixed messaging, the fear of touch. What is even healthy touch post-COVID when we've been told not to touch? Yes. Education that either is completely lacking or maybe sends mixed messages or doesn't do like healthy, proactive education. We're seeing a lot around what is that teens are needing to re-socialize right now. So the discomfort around that. Yes, post Me Too movement, what does it mean to be a teen? I will actually say our healthy sexuality curriculum, we were doing that with our teens in our groups prior to the Me Too movement, but as a result of the Me Too movement is really where we started doing a ton more of it, seeing things like, in many ways, teens who identify as girls being, in many ways, feeling very empowered. It being a very challenging time for teens who identify as boys. What does it mean to be part of this moment? Like what is okay and not okay, right? And then also impacting LGBTQ plus teens or trans and non-binary teens in other ways. So post-Me Too movement, absolutely. Body image, the sense of a comfort or discomfort with themselves, how that fits into all of this. So many great things that are coming up, everything that they're carrying. We hope also positive things too, but this is the stuff that makes us as the educators and the adults feel like, oh my gosh, these topics are complicated and what to do with all of them. Previously, heteronormative spaces, creating places where others might not feel safe. I guess those are kind of two signs. Yes. And I will actually say we are right in the midst of what I like to think of as a revolution being led by young people around how we understand gender and the fact that heteronormativity, the assumption that young people identify as hetero or as cisgender is the default, is like rapidly changing. So yes, like challenging all of our assumptions around heteronormativity and cis normativity. So and how we now create spaces that talking about all of these issues that recognizes and is inclusive of all of that. Okay, great. Lots of things teens are carrying. I want to do one other thing. I'm going to drop a link into the chat to a Padlet. And I invite you to go over to that Padlet. And as you do so, I will say, so on one hand, we have, all of these things that we are thinking about that teens are carrying with them. And then I want to start to think about what is in our toolkit as educators working with them in order to help think about how we help them navigate. And the Padlet that you are going to is called Jewish Values at the Center. It's a place we like to ground ourselves in our work at Moving Traditions. What are the values, the Jewish values that we are operating from as we begin to think about how to do this work? So what I want to ask you to do is look through the values on the Padlet. Many of them, they're probably values that you reference in all kinds of other ways. And I'd like you to just go ahead and the one that is particularly resonating with you in this moment as tied to why you might want to do the work of helping teens make meaning out of consent, healthy touch, and sexuality. I'm just checking, has everyone made it over to the Padlet? Okay, great. Cool, then I'll just give a moment for that. Beautiful. Okay, and Erica, I will say in just a moment, the next thing we're going to do after people have had a chance to respond is we're going to go into breakout rooms. Let's do breakout rooms of 2, actually, just because of the size. So in a moment, oh yeah?
For how long?
Oh, great question. Let's take 3 minutes in breakout rooms. And so in a moment, you're going to be invited into a breakout room, into a Havruta breakout room. And what I'd like you to talk about is the 2 things that we've now kind of talked about above. All the things that we were talking about, teens are carrying with them, and these values, the particular value you chose that you want to hold at the center of work with your teens around these issues. Why did you choose that value? How do you see it interacting with some of the other things that we feel like teens are carrying? So, and then we'll come back in 3 minutes. Hello.
That was quite quick.
Yes, but you're going to hold on to those things that you just started talking about, and we're going to keep connecting to them and talking about them as we go. So I would love to, because I have my screen shared, it's going to be easiest if there's a couple of people who are willing to just come off of mute and jump right in. I'd love to hear from a couple of folks what you talked about, your value you chose, how you thought it might be relating, why you chose it. So. Feel free to unmute and let us
Sure,
know.
I'll start. I definitely was drawn to the idea of Kedoshim, but it wasn't the one that I picked. And with this relationship, I was actually, I ended up choosing B'Tselem Elohim. And I think because I was looking at the sovereignty of each individual, and that we are so unique, but we're each of us having our own sense of self being in its fullest integrity. And so how to honor the integrity of the body, how to honor the integrity of the individual to its highest degree before even almost like as a precursor to the sexuality or intimacy. And so, and then also viewing others, that they too are this, sovereign, divine being as well. And how do we respect that divinity within each person? That was kind of what was coming up for me.
Beautiful. And so the respect of your own self, and that, the sovereignty, the integrity of that body, mind, soul, right? And someone else's. Beautiful. Okay. Anyone else?
I'm happy to jump in. So I am the lone Pikuach Nefesh heart. I chose Pikuach Nefesh because I think one of the things with teens is there are some teens who are willing to talk about their insecurities or talk about how they're feeling and affected, but there are so many teens where they may not feel comfortable with that. And you never know literally what's going on inside of their minds, that you should have everything with a Pikuach Nefesh mentality, that anything you say or how you teach others to talk to each other and to treat each other could make even more of a difference than you even realize. So that's why I chose Pikuach Nefesh.
Absolutely. And when we talk about mental health and wellness and the intense pressures that young people face, and how that interfaces with incidences of anxiety, depression, suicidality, etc., and then the interplay of all of these topics, right? The things they hear, like being able to hold that, that this is actually a place, giving them the means to navigate sexuality, consent, relationships in a way that is ultimately for their, like, it is truly life preserving. So, okay. I'm going to stop sharing. Thank you for those. So again, I want you to hold those values at the center of everything that we're now going to be talking about. One of the things that we often say, particularly working with educators and even parents around all of these, is the topics themselves, we sometimes get really daunted about as adults, like, how do I actually talk about X, Y, and Z, right? And we talk about them in the same way that we talk about other things. When we first start in a place grounded in our values, what it is that we want for teens around particular things, why we want them for them in that way, it actually it helps kind of, I think, for us take that down to a place that is achievable. These are things we talk about all the time. Okay, on that note, we're going to play a quick little game. Rather than share the slide, I was going to share, since we're good in the chat, I'm going to, in 1 second, type 3 letters into the chat. And what I want you to do is think of the first word. What is the first word that comes to mind that starts with each of those letters? If you feel brave enough, go ahead and put it in the chat. There is no wrong answer. So when we talk about topics of sexuality, consent, touch, etc., what's the first word that comes to mind that starts with each of these letters? You might just want to hold it in your head. You might want to put it in the chat.
Can you repeat the question?
First word that comes to mind that starts with each of these letters, which the letters I put in the chat are A, P, L.
Sorry, is that in relation to what we're talking about or just in general?
What we're talking about. So we've got adult penis love, adolescent parties love. I've done this game with a group of parents and love the words that come to mind. I'm like, yes, say them out loud. Probably what you think your teens are thinking about. Okay, just to say, and whatever you had in your mind is good too. When we talk about these topics, often we live in a society that tends to pornify and sexualize sexuality and touch. And so the first words that often come to mind, we go straight to body parts and actions. Now we've got a group of Jewish educators in the room, so we're already going to some values, but a lot of times what we hear are, like I said, either things that you do or body parts that come to mind. But these words, these letters could also stand for affection, pleasure, and love, which are values that we want expressed through touch, through intimacy, that we want teens to experience. And this little game that kind of drives that point home comes from a sexuality educator we work with, Al Vernacchio. What Al likes to talk about is this very thing, right? These get super heightened because of the context of the world that we live in, that sexualizes, pornifies them, etc. But really, we are talking about the way that people interact with one another and experience affection, pleasure, love. For the sake of time, there's actually a great TED Talk that I'm going to put the link to in the chat so that you have it. From Al. I'm just going to give it to you in a nutshell. It's actually a great, it's a great TED Talk even to look at with teenagers. And what Al talks about in this TED Talk is we need a new metaphor for sex. a metaphor that helps us do everything that we've been talking about until now, ground in a place of value, and be able to talk about all of those things. And his metaphor that he proposes is pizza. When we get together with a friend and order pizza, how do we talk about what we're going to order? Is it like, hey, you know, right now I'm really feeling like I could go for some pineapple pizza. What are you feeling like? You're feeling meat pizza. Do you think our toppings go together? Should we do halvesies? Should we order separate pizzas? Wait a second. Last time you said you liked pepperoni pizza. I hope that's okay to say in a group of Jewish educators, right? So what do you mean you're not going to order pepperoni pizza again? What do you, oh, you're feeling something else tonight? And then, oh, it says the video is no longer available. That's so weird. It's pulled up on my screen. Okay. Let me just find it. Here's a YouTube video of it right now. Let me put a better link because this is a great video. So our goal, like, what is it that I am feeling I need from this pizza tonight? Do I want comfort food? Do I feel like I'm really hungry for something in particular, nourishment? Does it fit with what you want? Can we have a conversation together so at the end of the night we get a pizza that satisfies what we're both looking for, what we both want, but what we both need? How do we have the skills to talk about those things together as young people? And that relates to issues of really coming down to communication skills.
This is the checkers game where
what are the skills young people need to have those conversations about what they want and need and what someone else wants and needs, and be in conversations with one another? Back to, I think, what Aviva was talking about in terms of the value of like the sovereignty of self and someone else and being in interaction. So how do we talk about that? I'm going to link, sorry. Usually Eve and I are each dropping the different links in the chat. I'm doing it all at the same time. I'm linking to a Jamboard. I'm going to share my screen, so in the recording you can see it as well. I actually would like for you to go to page 2 of the Jamboard. Here we go. Where it says types of touch and reasons for touch. So when we want to actually help young people build these skills towards the values that we want to express for them, this is a great activity that we can do with young people. What I'd like you to do is in the Jamboard, just name as many, so go ahead and start grabbing Post-its. What types of touch, like how do people touch one another? And what are different reasons for touch? Great. Let's take like 10 more seconds. If there's one you in the middle of adding, go ahead and add it. And as you do so, I am just going to say what we have found in working with teens around all of this, right, is that they have often experienced consent education as being something really simplistic. Like, yeah, you know that you're supposed to like get an affirmative yes for anything, and but like it's always more complicated than that. And part of that is because touch itself is deeply complicated. Within every sort of touch, we have what the touch is. We have different reasons for what the touch might be, which is what we see here on this board. So now I want to ask, I'm going to leave my screen up so we're all looking at it together. And I am curious if looking at this list, if you can start to go through and think about, could you identify some of these Post-its as either being examples of positive touch, of negative touch, of either or? And would anyone be willing to either in the chat or out loud give a couple of examples of ones that you would say, like, to me, this is positive, negative, or could be both? Oh, sorry, let me take a look what we're seeing. So a grab seems like it could be negative. Erica's saying a high five, positive. Lap sitting could be both. Aviva, would you be willing to say more? Like, why do you say that one could be both?
Yeah, I mean, I see my I think my girls in my programs, they go over and they sit on each other's lap and they hug each other and they just want to be close to each other. But then I've seen situations where someone comes and you know sits on someone's lap and it's totally not appropriate. Like it's not the right context, and it's not how to be integrating. And that's not to say, I mean, it could be either gender, it's not a gender thing, but I think it's the way the sitting and how the sitting is happening.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that relate, some other people are putting examples, right? A pat on the back could be negative, but it is, or could be well-intentioned. Similar to what you're like, how it happens, like why it happens. Some of the context is important. Great. Okay. So essentially, this is the point of this activity, which is one of the things that is very complicated about both consent and about touch is there are lots of different types of touch, and the experiences of all kinds of touch. So the experience for the person being touched or who is doing the touching is informed by the past experiences that each in the person in that interaction is bringing to it. So what might be a positive thing? Like I might be someone who is fine being touched on the shoulder, but the next person, like that is like, oh, like I am uncomfortable with this part of me being touched. This may, like, I've had someone else in the past who like does that in a way that I really don't like. Touch is complicated, and it is deeply dependent on each of the two people in it, what that means to them, and why. So when we talk about consent, that doesn't acknowledge the complexity of touch itself. When we start to go back to those values we talked about at the beginning, right? Every possible moment of like, I just want to like get someone's attention and put my hand on their shoulder and look them in the eye and like communicate respect, right? But if that person doesn't experience it in that way, that we might know, how do we give young people the tools to be able to understand the interaction of their own experiences and of someone else in each of these moments, so that they can feel comfortable being in interaction with one another. And honestly, in this moment in time, right, as kids are re-socializing, even the like, do I give a fist bump? Can I like hand you my pen? every type of touch is charged in ways, and we don't know what each person is bringing to it. Okay, so simply just talking about consent as being like a yes or a no is doesn't acknowledge all of these things. So one of the ways that we like to think about consent comes from educator named Betty Martin, who developed the Wheel of Consent. I'm going to share, it's like it's like a 1.5-minute video that explains what the Wheel of Consent is. Let me click over to that video. And okay, I'm going to share my screen. Share sound. And
between who's doing and who is it for,
you
because
hear it?
these are two different aspects. When we look at who is it for, we're referring to giving a gift or receiving a gift. Giving a gift in this dynamic is related to what are you willing to give based on making an offer and your limits. Receiving a gift is related to your desire and asking for what you want by making a request. The other dynamic here is a doing aspect where someone is done to. These two different dynamics combined is creating the 4 different qualities we call the quadrants. When somebody is asking another for what they want, may I? Yes, you may. Or will you? Yes, I will. Only with these questions answered, we are creating an agreement that gives the quadrants their name. Take, where the action goes this way. Allow, where the gift goes the other way. Serve, where the action and the gift goes the same way. And accept. This agreement is what we call the Wheel of Consent. Without these agreements, the quadrants and the wheel simply doesn't exist. The origin of the 2 questions are from the 3-minute game from Harry Fedders, making 2 offerings. What do you want me to do to you? And what do you want to do to me? Betty Martin narrowed these 2 broad offerings down related to touch. How do you want me to touch you? And how do you want to touch me? And the Wheel of Consent is literally a visual concept of what happens when 2 people asking another these 2 questions when they play the 3-minute game. What we really emphasize.
Not going to get into the 3-minute game, which is an activity that practices those things, but essentially, instead of what they have created is this interaction, right, where we understand that any sort of touch, there is a giver and a receiver. When we think about, like, are we giving like sometimes we are offering a gift to someone, like, I want to touch you to show affection, support, right? When we think about like intimate sexual touch, to give you pleasure, I am giving you something, or I am receiving something. And then there's the person who is doing and the person who is receiving, or it could be a mutual thing. And so understanding the interaction of all of those things, and they then have this gives a framework for language that we want to be able to help teens feel comfortable, either verbally or finding ways non-verbally to basically use this language. May I? Will you? Like, will you do something to me? What do you want me to do to you? What do you want to do to me? How do you want me to touch you? How do you want to be touched? Right? Like having the language to be able to ask or communicate those sorts of things is how we break down for them all that is going on in that interaction. So I am going to just pause here and say, thoughts on that. What does it add to working with teens? Does this relate to any of the things that we were talking about so far? Do you have questions about it?
Alicia, what is the right context for these conversations? Like, do you find that this is like sign up for the mini series on sexuality, or is this like, hey guys, we're gonna have an open conversation at break? What do you find works best for these kinds of conversations?
Great question, Aviva. So what I'm sharing right now is, I guess, some of the philosophy and approach that is behind much of what we do. And I will say there's both explicit and implicit. Like there are like sometimes it's like we're going to talk about consent as a topic itself, right? Like, and that could be, yeah, they sign up for something. It could be like in my Rosh Chodesh group, we'll say like, tonight, here's the topic. And so then like being really explicit, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're practicing, right? But one of the things that we also talk about is that the skills and the questions that are underneath all of those things, right? The questions that I just shared, even the values that they're grounded in, and in their interactions with one another, those are things that we can be building in smaller conversations along the way that may come up in other topics and other conversations. So that's why, when we are thinking about like, okay, if this particular value is a value that I am expressing to my teens and want to be learning on throughout all of our programs, to be also thinking about how that value relates to these topics. So there might be opportunities to bring it in and to practice. And even the questions in that Wheel of Consent framework are things that like, it doesn't have to be like, as you're building a covenant with your teens and whatever program you run for the year, are you thinking about that, like that this sort of language is even built into that, right? When we are sitting on each other's laps, like, do we ask it? Like when we decide how we're sitting together, do we want to make that explicit, that we start practicing the language for how we know that everyone in the room is comfortable sitting in the way that we're, if you see like a massage train happening with, asking like, hey, did you let him know how you wanted to be, did you like making jokes of it, but like that language, those questions of like, may I, will you, right? How do you want to be, like, those are things that they don't have to be in charge, like sexual situations. Those are skills in everyday interactions that we want our teens to be building, so that when they do get into those moments that are explicitly about, the more emotionally charged intimacy, they've already like, they are comfortable with that language. They are comfortable thinking in that way, that like, when I go to put my arm around a friend, I'm like, hey, like, I want to support you right now. Is this okay? Like, or what's the best way for me to show that to you? Does that answer your question, Aviva? Okay.
Yeah, I was also going to ask, like, are we, and you just demonstrated it, so I think that's probably the answer, but like, if we were like, may I, can I, would you, like, those are such awkward non-teen ways to say things. So are we also providing them the language, like or helping them sort of write their own scripts around how those questions and responses would sound, so that it actually makes sense and doesn't feel like so weird?
Great question, Erica, which somewhat takes us into to the next activity that I want to do. And I will just say, as by way of transition into that, like, so yes, one of the things that we want to do, like, we as educators want to understand, like, these are the questions, right? Like, this is the sort of information they need to be comfortable expressing and eliciting from each other. But how that is done in teen language And like I said, and maybe not even verbally, like, because a lot of this is nonverbal communication, like we need to help them translate it into things that feel comfortable so that in the moment it will feel natural. And that being said, for things like that to feel comfortable, sometimes you have to like be like, hey, this is awkward. And we're going to practice it as so going back to those explicit conversations, right? Like if you're going to have a really explicit conversation about, like, today we're talking about consent, and we're going to practice some of the language, like this is going to feel awkward right now, like let's name it. But the way for it to not be awkward and to feel natural when it's actually happening is that you spend some time with the awkwardness so that you can then think about what is a way that this would feel right to me. If what I'm ultimately trying to do when I'm in a moment in an interaction with someone else where I want to feel like they see me as wholly for who I am and the same in return, and we're going to have like this really powerful, you know, I want to be able to say, here's how I want to be touched. How do you want to be touched? What is okay with you? Want to feel and experience? Here's what I'd let, you know, those questions, we want them to have some time thinking about in between, like when we put them out there as like, here's the crux of the question, and you might be in a moment. So they have a chance to think about like, what is a comfortable way for me to express that? And we need to give them the chance. And some of it can be role plays, right? Like you're in a moment, like try asking or communicating versions of this question. Here's the scenario I'm going to give you. Let's role play it. This is your script. Choose from these and see if there's a way you can say one of those questions in a way that feels comfortable for you. But everything you say in this interaction has to fundamentally pull from one of these, for example. We need to help them get to a place of it being natural and in their language, verbally and non-verbally. And saying like, what would a non-verbal way of asking or communicating this? What might that look like? Let's try it. So on that note, what I would like to do is start to kind of put this into ways that we could play with this stuff with teens. So we are going to go into breakout rooms for 10 minutes. Let's do, okay, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's do rooms of 3 to 4 based on how that plays out. And what I'd like you to do is just, you know, as creative teen educators, think about the value or values like that you want, you know, that you are around and wanting your teens to experience. This side, you know, and even the values of affection, pleasure, love, the nourishment, pizza thing that Al was talking about. And then thinking about these questions, this script that we want teens to be able to get to a place of feeling comfortable saying and doing and communicating. And think about your own teen programs that you each run. What might be some ways, some activities, some ways that might happen in your program, and we can share ideas with one another.
All right, I'm going to open the rooms. Either don't accept or you come back out if you want. Rooms are open. Let me know if anyone needs help getting into a room.
Hello, welcome back. I didn't quite make it to all the rooms, but I made it to most of them just to kind of join the conversations. And just before I hear some of the things you want to share, I just want to say it struck me from the conversation I ended up in a few different rooms that were similar, which is the advantage of the moment that we're in, that we can actually use the process of re-socializing and being back in person from COVID to start practicing some of these questions. Came up in a few different places, right? So when you're back in person for the first time and thinking about that script of questions and giving that to them to say like, hey, it's hard, right? So like, wow, I really missed you. I want to show you how much I missed you. Can I hug you? I'm smiling under this mask. Are you okay if I take it off so you can see that? Like, I really desperately missed connecting with you. Will you hug me? Right? Like, which is basically the heart, like being able to both practice expressing what they want or what they want to give to someone else, and then asking for permission is really natural to this post kind of like isolation moment. But then it's laying the foundation of that sort of language for when you are in more, sexualized interactions, perhaps. Anyway, I'd love to hear from anyone who wants to share an idea of how you might apply some of this.
I think you said it.
Sorry. And yeah, games that can be played. I will say we do have a variety of role play games of different ways to get at some of these, which I am happy to share. I believe both mine and Eve's contact info was part of was it in our bio, etc. I'm always happy to talk more about any of this and share some of the ideas. I wanted to more kind of give in this the background of what we're grounded in, because as educators, we do exactly sort of this all the time. Think about the values and then make them like explicit and implicit in the work that we do. And it's very like, when it comes to this stuff, it's the same. It's coming from the same place. So if we understand what it is we want them to get from it, we actually have the power to be really creative and help them practice it. I know we're coming up at the end of the hour, and there's some time built in for, actually, Erica, I'll ask you. I had like a closing reflection. Do I have a few minutes?
Yeah, of course. And I also just put in the chat, it's all in the swag bag, but I put in the chat everything that you shared with us, a couple of curricular pieces, and then I think an information post.
Thank you. Yeah, so one of those, the letter has mine and Eve's contact info, my email address. And then the other two things are actually just two of our current events curricula pieces that we put out this past year. You are welcome to sign up for a free educator account, and that information is in there. We put out throughout the year discussion guides for teens based on current events that are happening. And while our our fuller curriculum is like, you have to partner with us and blah, blah, to get it, the current events curriculum is free to all educators. So it's a great resource to know about. And they're not all about sexuality and consent, but you'll see that some of the same values are inherent within it. Okay, so then on that note, I want to wrap us up from a similar place from where we started, which is from the place of the tradition, Jewish tradition that we come from, and where we see many of these values, which I think can actually be really powerful for young people to understand that actually our tradition is one that has a very complex and beautiful approach and understanding into like, there's painful and hard stuff and there's also stuff that is actually really really beautiful and positive and can give them a good framework for talking about and experiencing these things. So I'm put a link to a source sheet that I created in Safaria that you're free to use at any point, but I want to look at it together right now. I'm going to share my screen so that And depending on if like text study is something that you do with your teens, or you might be able to find another way to use these resources, which is basically just to say, like earlier on in the session, I talked about Al Vernacchio, who said that, you know, a lot of who in his TED talk that I linked to talks about a lot of the metaphors that are out there to talk about sex, you know, playing baseball, running the bases, right? A lot of the things, we could probably name a zillion of them and point out why those are really harmful for young people's understanding of what sexuality and intimacy really is. And we need to give them new euphemisms, new understandings. We have that pizza one, which is awesome. And we also have some great ones from within our own tradition. On this source sheet, I've pulled from a few places that are some of the ones that I personally really love, right? We have in Genesis 4, when we, where Adam yada et Hava, right? Adam knew his wife Eve. We talk about this one a lot, but to be able to talk about, like, what does it mean to really know someone? Why would our tradition and our text use that word to know as a euphemism for sex? Because we know that that's what he's talking about, or what it's talking about here, right? Like as a result of knowing his wife, she got pregnant. So we're talking about sex. Like, what about that euphemism of to know someone? Let's go back to those values that we talked about at the beginning. How can we have intimate, even not sexual encounters, but intimate encounters with someone else, where we both feel that we are knowing someone and we feel known? And what does that look like and sound like? How do we have the ways of expressing that? So that's a beautiful one. And then this other one that I love, which we're told that Genesis 26:28, that Isaac, Yitzhak, mitzachek et Rivka. And the traditional kind of text, like the English translation, is fondling, but really that mitzachek verb, it implies something very different. And when we look to a few different other places where we see the root of that coming up, right? It's the name of Isaac, and he's given the name Yitzchak because he makes because we see Abraham laughing, right? Sarah laughs when she learns she's pregnant with Isaac, and that verb is v'titzchak, right? And his name Yitzchak and mitzachek, all of these things, and that this is what he's named. So this verb mitzachek has the same root of something that is laughter, is joyous. What does it mean to, in the process of these encounters, to make someone laugh, to bring them joy, to play, right? Can we help young people understand that every encounter that they may have, be it kissing, holding hands, just reaching out and touching someone else's shoulder, or any of the other like behaviors that we could name that happen, like, is an opportunity to be playful and joyous, to experience that for yourself, to give that as a gift to someone else, right? When we go back to the wheel of consent, that understanding, right, that you are either giving or receiving, and often we want to give something to someone else. And we can ground all of that in a place of our tradition. It is holy work helping young people feel like they have the language and the tools to do all of that. And it may feel complicated, but we actually, like, we can break it down into really simple ways for them, to help them practice it. So any questions on any of it? Any responses? Yeah, Matt.
I'm just curious in general. I don't think I've ever thought about it, but we do this obviously with our congregations, with our teens. Is there any way to find out what kind of education our teens are getting on the school level? Because I know, we throw this all out from our perspectives and we know it's important, but I'm curious what they get institutionally before this.
That is a great question that completely varies by state, by private school, by public school. What we do know, we actually have one of our programs is a teen fellowship for rising 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, for teens across the country who identify as feminists. It's called Kokolinu. And the teens in that fellowship come up with a social action project of something that they want to do to bring back to their community. And they can choose any number of issues. In both of our previous cohorts, we've had multiple groups of teens choose as their social action project sexuality and creating sexuality and consent curriculum to bring back to their schools, because they say, and these are teens across the country, that it is so woefully inadequate what they do get. So, that's just based on a handful. It's not representative. But I mean, you could also make this stuff explicit. You could even ask it, send out a survey. We've heard from many of you that this is something something that's important to address. Tell us what you are getting, what feels like is helpful, is not helpful. I mean, that might be one way, but the sad thing is it varies. We don't have a good standard in this country for how we educate in a positive way. And one of the other things that Al actually talks about, maybe in the TED Talk I linked to, if not in one of his other TED Talks, is that for so long, the model in this country on what is sex education is either it is death and destruction, right? Don't have sex, because if you do, you're going to get sick and you're going to die, which came out of the 80s and the HIV/AIDS crisis. The seed from or sex is bad, sex is wrong, avoid it at all costs. You're going to get pregnant, or you're going to get someone pregnant. And we've thankfully, but that's probably the education many of us had. Thankfully, we have moved from a lot of it, but depending on where you are, it still may be that. And so what we have the opportunity to do, because this is what we do, we are a value add, we come from a place of adding value to that is what our religious education ultimately does, right? Add value and meaning to what they're doing. So rather than don't, what positive, proactive, value can we give to them in terms of what these things can mean? Anyone else?
What's the age of the curriculum?
Most of the stuff that I was that we pulled from for this session and what we do is in our high school curriculum. So 9th and above. That being said, a lot of the foundations for all of this stuff can start much younger. Again, when you take the context of sexual relationships out of it, and it's just skill building of how you have that dialogue, right? What are the questions are you asking? A lot of consent education actually can start much younger. Has anyone done programming of this nature? Oh, is this, I guess, to the rest of the group? So Alana was asking if anyone has done this type of programming, and did you send anything out to the parents in advance? Which is a great question.
Well, we've had what's been called the sex class, which is taught in 10th grade for 25 years. And I believe that letters used to go out to the parents, this is what we're going to talk about. But it's sort of like everybody knows they come 10th grade, and I'll just have to just say my husband always taught the class, and the only ones who ever opted out were my own children from taking the class. And they're in 10th grade, and my husband always says it's amazing how little they know. And when you ask Matt about what they're learning in school, they're not learning anything. And we try to just elevate it with the morality of sex and touching and masturbation and all of things that are positive and appropriate. But yeah, it's just sort of like a thing everybody knows, it's the sex class.
And to answer Erica's question in the chat, this for our programs, this approach is built into our Rosh Chodesh for teen girls, Selim for teen boys, Shevet for teen boys, and Selim for trans and non-binary teens. In all of our teen groups, there are both sessions that are explicitly about consent. Sorry, one second. So it's both explicit in terms of topic in a few different places, and then also like this approach and practicing these skills also shows up throughout various other sessions, even though it's not explicitly tied to like consent and sexuality in that topic. So it's both skill building and also like a specific topic.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
As far as like the Rosh Chodesh, the Shevet, the Selim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But they're only meant for people who fit within that definition to participate, or do you sometimes have classes with or programs mixing all the kids so that like some things I think are beneficial to have within one gender community maybe, but I think it's also really beneficial to hear what other people are saying or thinking.
Yeah, great question. And I know we're getting close to the end here, so I'll just, that actually kind of just fits into our approach at Moving Traditions has long been that the majority of our teen programs happen in those gendered affinity spaces, from the standpoint that being able to be really vulnerable about some of the ways that they've been impacted by the expectations they get from society based on their gender comes to play at all of this. And to be able to talk kind of safely and openly with other teens who have had similar experiences, then make them better, like able to kind of go out into the world and interact outwardly. So our teen groups and all of like the topics that we cover, not just consent and sexuality, kind of come from that place. Like, let's talk about these things from the standpoint as someone who has grown up as has had experiences as a teen girl. Or a teen boy or a trans or non-binary teen, and how that comes to play. We do have a number of partners who actually, they'll run the boys, girls, or, like non-binary groups separately, but then on particular topics, maybe like choose to bring them together to talk. So, and we are in the process of piloting, based on many years of being asked that question, a new curriculum that we're adding to our teen program called Beinenu. Amongst us, between us, where we're taking some of our topics and putting them into a mixed gender setting. So they could be done in like like your high school classroom, like your Hebrew high or whatever, all together. So they don't get quite as deep on some of that stuff for those reasons, but yeah, so happy to talk to anyone about bringing any of those programs in.
Any other final questions? Excellent. Well, Alicia, thank you. You did a great job on your own, managing the technology and the content. Really important conversation. And For those of you who don't know about Moving Traditions, an excellent resource in the community for being able to have those conversations within a Jewish context based in Jewish values. So
Thank you all. It was a
All right, for our last afternoon session for the East Coasters, midday session for other people on other coasts, my friend Ami, the youth programs manager at Keshet. Ami is also on our committee for the JTEEN conference and has helped a lot in figuring out all the technology, as has Danielle Alexander and Sandy, all my tech people on this call supporting Ami, I'm sure. The title of this session is called Youth Empowerment with a Justice and Equity Lens. Ami, it's all you.
Great. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see a lot of folks. Thanks for hanging on. Ooh, if I remove the spotlight for me, that won't do it for everyone else, right? Okay, cool. I know this gets asked like every time, but
I meant to tell you that beforehand, sorry.
That's fine. But hi, thank you all. I am really excited to be talking about this. This is something that I've been thinking about a lot in the last few months, and I'm really excited to kind of share some of the things that I've been thinking about for a while now around youth empowerment. Something that is also on my mind is that this is like, as we begin like the end of our time together, I know that I haven't been to as many sessions as I would have liked, but like I've been thinking a lot about like tying up different stuff that I've been thinking about over the last couple of days together. So like if you're also thinking about that, like please feel free to drop that in the chat or bring that into the conversation that we have together over the next 56-ish minutes. The other thing is that we're like a pretty small group, like everyone fits on one screen for me, which is like really cool. So like we can like keep stuff going in the side chat, but also like if you are like interested in like sharing or have comments or questions, like please just like feel free to like unmute. Like there's few enough people that we can have hopefully have like a conversation together. Yeah, so before we like fully begin, I just want to offer like one quick question. We're not going to like share answers, but what is a time when you were younger than you currently are, when like an adult really made you feel like super seen, and like this adult figure is like really like seeing who I am. I know at least for me, one of the people that I often think of is my teacher, Rabbi Becky Silverstein, who is a rabbi, former board member of Keshet, who I met one summer at Brandeis University while I was in high school. And he was the person who really put me on this path to becoming someone who works in the Jewish community. So we don't have to share. I just wanted to offer that. But if you do want to share in the chat, you totally can. That is totally fine. Thank you, Alana, for all of the spelling errors.
Do you want us to share or do you just want us to think about it?
You can, Alana started sharing so we can share. I was just inviting people to think about it, but if other people want to share, that's totally fine. Thank you.
We can let Alana have that moment.
Sorry to put you on the
I can
spot,
tell
Alana.
you her name. She had a nickname for me. She called me her butterfly, because she like always saw like the potential that I had to like spread my wings. And I don't know, I went to her like retirement party. She remembered me for years and years. Now we're Facebook friends.
Amazing. So I want to, let me just do this so I can actually see everyone. Great. Can folks see my screen? Great. Awesome. And I can see all of you. This is great. So this, like I said, I've been thinking about a lot in the last couple of months, but really I've been thinking about this a lot since I started at Keshet. One of the things that has been part of my work and one of my priorities has been taking some of the like very disparate parts of our youth work and our youth empowerment work and trying to find ways to formalize it and structure it in some way. And also for context, working with LGBTQ youth specifically within the Jewish community to think about how to do that with an anti-oppression framework and a social justice framework as well. And so thinking not just about what does it mean to create spaces that are about youth empowerment, what does it mean to do that intentionally with the lens of social justice and anti-oppression work. And the framework that I want to offer and that I've been thinking about a lot and that I'd love to discuss is that of adultism, which is this definition comes from Adam Fletcher, who's an education consultant and researcher in the Pacific Northwest, I think, who shared this, and I slightly changed his definition a little bit. But adultism, he defines it at least as the favoring of adults, often as constructed as dismissing young people, promoting the discrimination against children and youth, and we're going to get to what that means in a little bit, combined with bias toward adults and the power that adults have, and a bias towards the attitudes and beliefs and actions of adults instead of youth. And I think more broadly, adultism is the oppression that youth can experience at the hands of adults, often rooted in disrespect and disregard, with the important caveat that, like, I don't think this is often intentional for young people. And it occurs at kind of all four levels of oppression: the internalized level, the interpersonal level, the institutional level, and the ideological level. And this is the framework that I want to begin to offer. Adultism is actually a pretty old term. It was first coined by a French psychologist and sociologist, Patterson Dubois, in 1903. So it's been around for quite a while, longer than a lot of other terms in sociology have existed. This kind of goes back to like some of the earliest days of the social sciences, but was not a super popular term. It was coined alongside with the like newly emerging like youth-centered social work field that was also emerging around the same time and would emerge a little bit later, especially post-World War I. It became slightly more popular amongst youth activists in the 1980s and 1990s. And in those years, it was often used as a way to try and explain specifically substance abuse by adolescents and trying to see substance abuse as a response to the oppression that young people were facing. It also got talked a lot about in the juvenile justice world, something that I don't know a whole lot about, but also in classroom settings. And I come at this as someone who does a lot of work as a community organizer and in experiential education. And I think that there's stuff that we can learn about adultism that we can hopefully apply to the work that we are doing as Jewish educators. Adultism is also, like, I think, really interesting because it is different and functions in a different way than a lot of other forms of oppression. We often think about oppression as removing roadblocks or barriers to success. And I think that sometimes with adultism, that actually is not the point. Part of our work is setting up boundaries and structures to allow you to succeed, right? Like, we don't think, for example, that like 5-year-olds should be driving fire trucks. Is like a particular, like, I think, really clear example, right? And perhaps we also might think that like people should be of a certain age before they like have the ability to vote. And part of that is like understanding youth in the context that they live in, but also trying to maximize the power within that, and not taking the structures that we create and intentionally hindering their success. It's also unique because everyone has experienced it. Everyone has experienced being told that they are less than worthy or like oppressed by an adult figure in their lives, which is not true of other forms of oppression that target specific populations. But it's also compounded by it intersects with other marginalized identities. So it can work on multiple levels, even though we all experience it. One, I think, example that came up a couple of days ago with our teacher, Dr. Betsy Stone, is as we begin to transition back to in-person programming, thinking about bodily autonomy and the ways in which that specifically that young people often have their bodily autonomy violated, and often also how that specifically affects young girls and young women, right? So it's both the youth part and also gender. And this is actually where I think Keshet's work comes into this, is thinking about when we work within the Jewish community where everyone is Jewish, but also how do we specifically focus on creating spaces that empower LGBTQ youth within the Jewish community who experience anti-Semitism like all Jews, but also experience homophobia or transphobia as well in the Jewish community. And how do we give them the tools that we need to succeed? And we did that a lot through our Shabbatonim, which are still on hiatus, hopefully returning back at some point. But trying to figure out ways that LGBTQ Jewish youth can find the tools they need to succeed as leaders, and give them the power that they need today to show that they actually have that power already. I just want to some quick caveats, and then I'm gonna stop talking for a moment. I think adultism is things, and it's also not many things at the same time. I think it's like a framework that I think is really useful for understanding material and structural oppression that might play out in our work settings. It's something that we've experienced. And it's a way for thinking about the structures that we put in place to allow the youth we work with to succeed and to thrive. And it's a guide for us in thinking about, or at least for me, for thinking about the rules and structures that we create, I think both in classroom settings, but also in experiential settings as well. And it's something that we've all experienced. So it's something that we can all bring to the table. And we're gonna get to that in just a moment. At the same time, important caveats about what adultism is not. It's not saying that all we do is materially oppress the young people we work with, and that we also actively intend to do that. I think a lot of this is stuff that is not intentional at all. It's also not saying that we should just treat youth like adults. And it's also not the only form of ageism, of age-based discrimination or oppression that exists. It's not. It's the one that we're going to focus on today, but it fits into a much larger context about how we think about age in the Jewish community. And I welcome thoughts about that at some other time, because it's something that I'm also thinking about. So I'm going to pause for a moment just for any brief questions, clarifications, thoughts, comments, sarcasm. Going once. Great. Well, if more things come up, please put them in the chat. The metaphor that we often use at Keshet, and I might refer to this later on, is the metaphor of the sandbox, basically creating the floor below which failure is, below which you cannot fail or fall. One really great example of how we structure things is we don't expect the teenagers who come to our Shabbatonim to find their way from the airport to the retreat center. Right? We create structures for that, right? A very clear kind of example. And it's the floor below which failure can't happen, but above which we can both build new things and also hopefully break down the things that don't work. And figure out what success looks like. I often talk to teens. In fact, Jamie, who's our director of youth programs, is here today, reminded me of this a couple of days ago when we were talking, is that part of what I hope to do in my work is if a young person is leading a program at one of our Shabbatonim, which is almost all of our programs at these weekends are youth driven in some way. The worst thing that happens is that the program doesn't go well and we've all just had a mediocre hour. But also hopefully we've learned something, and part of my job and part of my work is to debrief that with them and improve for next time. But actually the stakes are fairly low for what failure can look like. So I mentioned this before. This is a way of thinking about oppression and anti-oppression work that originates in anti-racism and the anti-racist school of thinking about oppression and social justice. And it's that oppression kind of occurs at 4 planes and in 4 kind of buckets. This is often shown in like concentric circles, or like the tip of an iceberg. Great. Sorry, I missed that session. But for those who said it's their first time, I'm just going to quickly go through it. And if you were at the session earlier today, please jump in and interrupt me if I miss something that is important. And the first kind of level is ideological, like the largest, the most pervasive. The second is institutional, so the organizations that we work within, the structures that we work within. The interpersonal is what happens in small groups of people. And the internal, the stuff that happens within us and the ways that oppression actually manifests within us and is inculcated within us. I share this graphic specifically and not the concentric circles model or the iceberg model, because I think that things can apply in both or in more than one kind of plane and can exist in more than one plane. Erica, that is a really great question. Adultism basically thinking that they are better than youth. I think that is like one kind of aspect to it. But what I'm hoping to get to in a moment is that it's not just adults thinking that they're better than youth, it's also the ways in which we also create structures to tell youth and young people that their power is limited. And what I'm hoping we can get to is thinking about how we can kind of maximize that power for them. And there's actually a great segue into thinking about this. So I'm going to go through this, but I also like welcome if you think of examples, please like shout them out, put them in the chat. Interrupt me. I was a tour guide for like 3.5 years in college, so I can really talk for a long time. Ideological is like this largest one, and it's about the philosophies that undergird the society that we live in. One of them being that like we live in a society which decided that being of a certain age means that you should have certain privileges conferred upon you, right? You need to be 16 or 17 or 18 to have a driver's license. You need to be 18 to vote and enlist in the military. You need to be 21 to purchase alcohol. And also we live in a society that thinks that it is like okay for young people to not have the right to vote until they reach a certain age. By the same token, we also live in a society that think like in the US at least, right, like the president cannot be under the age of 35. Right. One thing that also came up with Dr. Bessieson that I think is really important is that I have seen this a lot, I'm sure other people have as well, is the like phrase of youth worker as opposed to youth professional, and thinking about also how this affects us as people who work with young people and how our work is also undervalued sometimes, oftentimes. My mother, who's a pediatrician for the last 30 years, still makes way less than her colleagues who do internal medicine, right? Classroom teachers make less than other people, right? We live in a world where not just where youth are undervalued, but also where the people who work with youth are also materially undervalued. And the last thing, and this is one that I was reminded of talking this through with a colleague of mine, is that we often think about young people as like future leaders or tomorrow's leaders in a way that I think goes back to Erica, what you were saying before, is like thinking about adults being better than youth because they have more access to that power. And that young people don't have as much power and thus are not leaders today, but are leaders tomorrow or in 4 years when they get to college or whatever. And yeah, Erica, do you want to share a little bit about what you just put in the chat?
No, I mean, I get that we're talking about sort of adults, us, and working with our teens, but I think there's also a challenge. I don't know that it's adultism, but I think it lives in that same world where more experienced, older professionals view younger, newer, less experienced professionals in a certain way and interact with them in a way that may not be ideal.
Yeah, 100%. I think that actually does fit into this. I think something that I did not say at the beginning is that we are all young relative to someone else, right? And so like, this is something that is like, I think I'm offering that I've been thinking about in my context of working with high school students and college students, but I think also like as someone who's in the first couple of years of my career, I know that I've experienced that. And I'm sure other people have as well in this space as well. And I think that is actually like a great example of the ways in which we view age as correlated with experience and as correlated with expertise, right? That like the older you are, the more expertise you have in a subject, the more likely you are to have power as a result. One of my teachers, Pippi Kessler, just to go off on a quick tangent, it often says that young people also like live under oppression for less time than adults have. So the younger you are, the less likely you are to live under oppressive systems like patriarchy, right? And so part of anti-adultism frameworks is thinking about and asking young people and like also like helping them think about like, what are the solutions to the problem that they experience? Like, what does it mean to like tell a young person, like, you know, if a young person is like, we should like asking a question about like why we have paper money, for example, and like figuring out what that actually is about. And maybe that's coming from the fact that they haven't interacted with paper money and don't see its value in our society, but also maybe they haven't lived under like certain oppressions for as long. Moving kind of downward or like towards like the center, institutions, this is actually the one that I had like the hardest time. And so I'd love if you have examples. Things that occur at the organizational or structural level that support and reinforce adultism and the ideologies. One that like comes up a lot is that we often don't have young people on boards of directors in like serious decision-making capacity. Right, we have like teen boards, or we have like a delegate, maybe an alum, but we don't often have the teens that we work with in positions of decision-making power. Oftentimes also like student input is not solicited or valued in classroom settings. As a fairly, you know, recent-ish college grad, I think we can all go back to like course evaluations at the end of a semester and how little they probably did in college. But this is something that happens amongst the rules and the ways that our organizations are set up to prioritize people with certain age or certain experience. I'm curious if other people have other examples of how this might have shown up.
I was thinking about classroom curriculum in particular, like just at high school, we say you need to take this, this, and this to graduate. And all of what those things are our classes and topics that adults have decided are important for their success in the future versus what they might be interested in, they're passionate, they want to learn about.
Thank you. Yeah. I thought Alana was raising her hand and then I see it's just her camera's off, but it's a great photo. Have any other examples come up? And this can also be something that came up in your life when you were a younger person, or something that you've seen in your work.
I guess I feel like as a young person, working with older adults, I'm 24 and the cancer we just hired is 30 and everyone other than that is older than 65 who I work with. So honestly, just being in this position and not being taught what everyone knows or should know or has done forever has been something that I've really struggled with. And that's been something really frustrating for me working with these people and in this position. I'm a youth director, so but kind of like not being included on certain things, and whether that's my position or whether that's because I'm a young person or young female, I feel like I experience this daily. So it's really interesting that
like there's a name for it, and that it is a thing.
There's definitely a name for it, and it is definitely a thing. And I'm glad that this is something that, I'm not glad that you experienced that, but I'm glad that this is resonating with you. Kara, were you?
Oh, before I was just turning on the light. It goes off if I don't move for so long, but I did want to comment that I agree with Zipporah, and I think that it's like really important because so Erica and I, we're in a mentorship, and so Erica and I meet every other week through JTEEN and everything like that. And it's so funny because it's like, these are all the feelings that I have, but I'm never able to put into words or to like come up with an exact phrase to like categorize these feelings. And so it's good to know that it's not just me, and it's not just the work that I'm doing that, or like it's not just me that experiences this, and that there is a word for how I am feeling.
I just want to share with you guys, Ami and I, a few months back, had probably an hour, maybe more, conversation about this exact issue and how as JTEEN, like we really want, I know, Ami, I don't want to steal what you're saying, but I think it's important, especially because we have a lot of people in this room who I think it does impact, that we do want to organizationally figure out how to support young professionals as they navigate these newer spaces in order to be successful, so that they're not looking for other jobs because they haven't been trained well, they haven't been respected, they haven't been acknowledged, they haven't, experienced the positive things that they do in many other environments. I also tried to get a few grants and we got turned down for all of them. But even though we don't have funding specific for this, it is something that I am absolutely committed to doing. I know Ami is in to help me do it. And even if we build a committee who works on developing what this could be, it's something I believe in passionately. So I'm really happy that we're having this conversation. I'm really happy that, we're able to figure this out and identify it, and now work together to make sure that we as a community aren't perpetuating what we know goes on broadly throughout the Jewish community.
I really appreciate you saying that, Erica, because I really love that conversation that we had I think that was like back in March. I don't know what happened, how it's both like April 2020 still, and also that was 3 months ago. But yeah, I really appreciate that. Margalit, do you want to share a little bit more about what you just put in the chat?
Sure, yeah, it's what came up for me when I was hearing Zipporah, that like that's the term that I have been taught, or that I've learned through like listening and analyzing like what's happening in my workplaces as like a youngish Jewish professional, that like, for example, like one of my recent workplaces had a really high turnover rate of staff who mostly were young people in like their like late teens, early 30s or late 20s. And there was always this conversation of like, oh, I have no idea what happened even 3 years ago or 5 years ago in this program or in this organization, because this turnover rate was happening so quickly, and therefore there was a loss of institutional knowledge. And like that term was used a lot, or has been used a lot in my experience in like Jewish youth education and community building. And like, I don't know, just as I was listening to Erica and all this stuff, I'm curious to like how it fits into this as well, that like this idea that like, because the only people who have like stuck around for like decades or many years, or even like more than 5 years at a job or organization, like have the knowledge and understanding. It's like, oh, how did we get here? And, or like what has been done in the before, and therefore that's what we should be doing now. Like the idea of like prioritizing, or that being like better or superior than like what might be a new idea, a fresh idea, or like something something that we haven't thought of. Like I haven't thought about it in that way before, but that might also like tie into these other examples of like, oh, if we don't have young people on boards, or if we're like not getting input from younger generations, and we're only still listening to people who have been here the longest, then like we're not necessarily like infusing new ideas potentially, or we're still like holding on to the past. But I also know it's complicated because we want to make sure to hold on to history and all that.
I think that the like balance of history and like preserving history and traditions and like innovation, first of all, like aside from being like the theme of the conservative movement, I went to JTS for undergrad. It's like tradition and change is like deeply embedded in my psyche now. But I think that is like a totally real thing that I've also encountered. And I'm glad that, first of all, I'm glad that this is resonating with folks, even though I'm sorry that we're all dealing with this. But I also like, yeah, I think that like what we're talking about is like what I'm hoping to get to towards the end of our time together as well, is like, this affects us as well. And it affects how we do our work, especially those of us who are earlier on in our careers. And also we have at the same time the potential to do the same thing to the teens that we work with, for similar reasons sometimes. I know that like I also am like someone who is a bit of a stickler for tradition when it comes to some of the programs that I work on. And was like just a quick like anecdote about me, was like very quick to dismiss a program that ended up being highly successful. Because I'm like, oh, we can't do a virtual Shabbaton. It's not going to work. It's not going to be an in-person Shabbaton, which is what I'd been working on for the last 3 years. It was probably one of the most successful programs that we've run because it was the teens who came to me and Jamie and said like, let's do this. And I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. And I was like really proven like quite wrong. As like a quick example. But yeah, so I want to move on to.
Before you move on, Ami, can I just throw out something on behalf of all the old timers here? I've actually been in my job for 25 years at the same synagogue. And before that, I worked for United Synagogue for 3 years. I think that connected to this issue is even a bigger problem, which is that oftentimes young people come in and they don't stay in the jobs that they're at. They have a mentality that you have to move to advance. And by moving all the time, you're never the old timer. You never get the institutional memory, and therefore you never get the power. You know what I'm saying? Like by staying in one place, oftentimes you can create your own path at that space. I started as a youth director. Everyone always said, oh, youth directors never stay more than 3 years. Well, I'm here to tell you that 25 years later, I've held every programmatic job in the synagogue. And now I do all kinds of things in addition to taking over our Hebrew high school, which is a small part of my job, but I have 300 people that learn with me on an adult level. But if I hadn't stayed in that place and worked my way up through the ranks, I would have always been the newcomer and always been the one who didn't have the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's really a twofold problem.
I think you are touching on, like, I think you are correct. And I think you're touching on something really important, which is like what you were describing before. And Leanne, I also just like, I hear that. And I think that you are 100% correct. And I think part of what I'm thinking about is like, is there like, what are the places that can, you can stay at for 25 years? I also like am curious, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm curious, like, did you think you were going to do that when you started at the synagogue that you work at now?
Well, yes, because part of the way that when I went to Brandeis to the Hornstein program all those years ago, I knew that I wanted to be in the field that I'm in. And it just became an issue that when my kids became old enough to be in the youth group, I wanted to be doing other things because I wanted them to have their own voice and not have to worry about mommy supervising them. And they're now, I mean, you saw Adam the other day, he's 28. I have a 28, a 24, and a 20-year-old. So I don't have to deal with that anymore. But I found ways to make my own path at the synagogue, so that even though sometimes it was hard, I had to fight. I had to really stand up for myself and learn how to advocate for myself, which I also think is a skill that when people move around constantly, they never really get to hone. They don't become good self-advocates. And so you're always having these small lateral moves rather than upward moves. You know, like you're moving here for a little bit more and here for a little bit more and maybe backwards and then forwards. You know, there's also institutional loyalty, which a lot of our institutions don't show to us so much anymore. But there is value to finding a place where you can feel comfortable and build and grow so that you become the person who has the power, the institutional knowledge, the power, you know, you have the ear of the people that you need to have the ear of so that you can create your own space.
I really, first of all, appreciate Leanne, you and I have not had a chance to like actually formally meet, so I really am grateful to like hear this part of your like professional career. And I really appreciate you bringing this in, because I think that the thing that I think about a lot, and I'm wondering Zipporah and Margot Lee and Sarah as well, and Alana, I think you also brought this up a little bit as well, is like part of what is, I think, hard is like finding those places and finding those pathways where you could advance, right? Partially because, and you know, I know this about colleagues and friends of mine who also work in the Jewish community, like there isn't the expectation from like the organizational side that you will stay for a while. And I also appreciate Jamie bringing up like part of this is like thinking about like, what does it mean to do that? Like part of creating these pathways is thinking about, well, Jamie, do you want to say it rather than me just read your comment?
Yeah, I'm happy either way, but I also didn't want to cut you off. I just wonder if a way, Leanne, what you had said really resonated. And as someone who also left my first Hillel position after only 2 years, because I felt like I'd hit a ceiling. And when I think back to that, it makes me think a lot about how, a lot about the importance of increased transparency around what advancement opportunities there even are, or just bringing someone into that conversation about what those could look like, and then compensation philosophies and local professional development opportunities that might inspire folks to stay in the same place. Because I know I felt that expectation that I would leave, and I leaned into it, and I did leave. Can I just jump in? Sorry.
Don't apologize. This is the conversation that
I'm just like scratching at it to get in here. So Leanne, yes, I think everything that you're saying is true. And I think there are massive systemic, like that's why we're having this conversation in this institutional space, because I think that is the problem that people, yes, I think at some level, young people are looking to jump around a little bit, to have new experiences, to gain professional experiences, to make more money. But I think part of it is because the systems, at least within the nonprofit world, aren't built for them to have access to certain titles, to certain salaries, to certain job opportunities. Like Jamie was just saying, I think now knowing she was in the Hillel world for a little bit, Hillel, I think, has done a really good job over the last few years of trying to show young professionals that there is a pathway. You might not be able to stay in that particular Hillel because maybe they don't have, enough, the size isn't big enough for real growth, but within the larger umbrella organization, there are lots of opportunities. So let's invest in professional development.
Let's invest in benefits that are high quality benefits. Let's give people flexible schedules and time off. I mean, all of those things are the things that are really important. And when people can see that, wow, you know, when I invest my time here, I'm being invested in as well, it makes them want to be a bigger part of the organization. It makes them want to stay. Like my first job, I was there for nearly 10 years. And after that, I barely stayed 2, because I find, even as an older person, that my needs aren't being met organizationally. And when they're not being met, when you're not being trained, when you're not being supported, when you don't have all of that stuff that makes people say, I want to stay here for 25 years. And I know Susan has also been in her multiple roles, but within the same organization for a long time. I think organizations are just failing in so many ways, even just the onboarding process. When you don't onboard well, you set people up for failure. And that's the part that's so frustrating to me, and that I want to figure out how to change and make a difference in at least a small part in this little, you know, piece of Jewish life that I maybe have an impact or a voice in. Okay, that's it.
Mommy.
Yeah.
I'm in the car, so that's why my camera's off. But I wanted to mention also, and you might have mentioned it before, but also about respect, that like people our age, like Zipporah and I talk about it all the time. So I'm 23, and so working in an organization where it's only me and one other person who also happens to be, like, he just turned 30, so we're both pretty young. So I don't see it always with him, but just in general, I think people our age have to earn respect in a job. Like, we get these jobs and it's really great. Oh my God, look at all that you're accomplishing. And then we have to earn people's respect, versus other people that might be hired and they're older might already have that respect. And like, it doesn't have to be earned or gained, but we have to work for it and kind of prove ourselves and prove our worth, to say like, look, it makes sense that you hired me, like it was worth it. But people that are older don't always, I'm not saying all, but don't always have to do that. So that's just something that it goes along with what Erica was saying, but I just figured other people might be able to relate to it as well.
Can I say something also?
Yeah.
You know, I work with young people, and it kills me the way they're treated by board people. They're really so dismissive. And my colleagues who are, you know, younger than me, obviously, are doing such an amazing job, but they do it in a way that older people don't understand. Like, they work from home. Well, what does that mean, you work from home? Or they're doing things on their phone so quickly. They're in social media spaces that these board members don't get. They don't see it because they're working in a world that they don't know. So my suggestion to everyone here is that you need to get involved as lay leaders on boards of organizations that you're not in, and do for each other. Because our board members at our federation are like 65 to 85, and they need to be replaced, but nobody is stepping up. So become a board member of your synagogue or of your federation or of any Jewish organization, to be there to make the change, because that's where the changes come from, I think.
I think you're right. I mean, I don't know. And speaking as someone who like is on the board of my synagogue, like I think that is like right. And I go to a synagogue which is you know, which has a fairly large young population, and close to a third of the board is under the age of like 35, which is like an interesting demographic at the synagogue specifically. But I think that is correct. And I think also part of what I'm thinking about is, are we teaching young people that is part of what I'm thinking about is like, I didn't see that as a teenager. Like I didn't know that the board of directors of an organization held the amount of power that it does. And like, how are we teaching young people, and how are we teaching like, and I didn't know that until I was like working in the Jewish community and like had to interact with like the board of organizations in order to like, and like learn how to do that. And I still get like stressed out when I like have to interact with the board, like personally. But I'm curious, like, what does it mean to also show people, to show high school students that they have the ability to not just join the board, but also like, this is what it means to be like on the board of directors of an organization, actually in a position where you're able to have like significant financial power over the future of an organization, which like that would be really cool. I don't know any organizations that have like current high school students. There might also be like rules against people under age 18 being on boards. I don't want to like, you know, put this out there and then be like, oops, that's illegal. So I should fact check that later. Sandy, thanks for naming that. So I guess teens can be on boards of directors, and then also young people can be on boards.
I don't know if you know about this teen program, but I'm obsessed with them. JICA has like, they do social justice work, and they have teens, and not even just in like they didn't put the teens there just to be like, we put teens on our board to whatever, like as like just a way to show that the teens had a voice. They really do have a voice. Like they're hiring the staff that works at that organization, and they're really like playing a role in what they're talking about, how they're talking about it, what they're doing, like in a really amazing way that I think would be an interesting part of like if we want to have this conversation again, if we could bring them into it. I think like that's a really cool organization that's doing this work.
I don't know them super well, but yeah, I know that they do a lot of work around youth empowerment with a similar framework to what I'm describing here. And I think that that is like I know that like Hillels, or at least some Hillels, like have students hire rabbinic interns, or like on like the hiring committees for rabbinic interns or other positions. And like, that's like also like a really great example of that as well. Great, so there are nonprofits that have youth on their boards, so that is totally possible. And like, just to be like totally transparent, like Keshet has 2 alumni of our youth programs on its board, but that was like a fairly recent introduction. Right, so like, it's not like I'm presenting this to you as like I'm perfect or Keshet is perfect. This is like stuff that like that I'm working on a lot, and that like it sounds like we're all working on. I want to get to just like the last 2 pieces of this. The good news is that we took the second half of what I was hoping to discuss, which is how this affects our lives and how this shows up for us in our own lives, and already talked about it, which is really great. But I think that just to get to like the last 2 really quickly in the last 10 minutes that we have is the interpersonal. So how does this show up? The 2 examples that I have, and I'm sure there are many, many others, are like talking down to a young person, assuming that a young person doesn't know as much because they've not been alive for as long, right? And also not respecting young people's bodily autonomy, which is a problem, which we talked about a couple of days ago. And the last is, this is the really final one, and then I want to just like go back to discussions, is the ways in which this manifests within ourselves. And part of what I think is really important in thinking about oppression is that it's not just stuff that happens to other people or that happens to us, but it can also be stuff that we internalize and that is inculcated within us, and that we learn these lessons and they're imprinted on us in some way. And that like when we are young people and have been dismissed by grownups or by older people, we learn that we can then do that to young people. And then also we learn that about ourselves as well. And young people also see themselves as less qualified or less intelligent or less powerful than they actually are. And the last part about this, and I don't know if this resonates with you, I think it's resonated with me in other professional spaces that I've been in, is the the need to appear more like a young person, or the idea like that people who work with young people need to like act or dress like young people in order to be like respected by youth. I like found that my like ability to like communicate with youth effectively and like high school students specifically went way up when I stopped trying to be dressed like them, and like continued to wear my skinny jeans, even though those are not popular anymore, as some of the teens I work with are very, very quick to remind me. But I think like there is often a pressure that we feel to do that. I don't know if that resonates with other people. It really is something that I felt a lot. So I just wanted to add that in as well, is that like part of it is like we feel this internal urge to talk or act like youth in a way that actually might not be helpful in setting up those boundaries and showing them like I am an adult and you are a young person. And the focus here is on how I can work with you and be an ally to you and an accomplice to you to maximize your power, and not that I want to be like you. So I'm gonna stop my screen sharing. I just want to like, in the 7-ish minutes we have left, I just want to like go back to like, are there any other like thoughts or things that are coming up? Erica, I think this is 100% yes. And I think that also affects our work as well.
Yeah, ask my kid. Am I her friend?
Well, I want to say that you are, but you say no. But you are, but you're not. Well, now that I'm unmuted, I don't know. I think this is such an interesting conversation, and I know we only have a few more minutes, but I definitely want to like talk about this more with whoever is interested. And like everyone was saying, Leanne, what you're saying is so important. And honestly, when I took this job as a youth director, I didn't necessarily like have an expectation. I knew the people before.
Yes. First of all, I just want to like say that like I really appreciate like everything that has been shared. I think that like this is a great this is a thing that I think about a lot as well. So I'm really glad that we did this. This is like a conversation that like needed to happen, and I think that part of actually going to Lauren's question, which is what I want to end on, is like what can we do? And this is obviously an incomplete list because there's so much more, and we were just talking about it. But I think that part of it is like thinking about how has this manifested in our own lives? How does it continue to manifest in our own lives? How has it done that in the past? And what can we do about it? And I think one of the other things that I think is really important is being very frank with the young people that we work with, and also with ourselves, about the amount of power that we do and don't hold. Like one very pertinent example is like every Shabbaton I plan, teens ask like, can we pick the menu? And the answer is like often no, because the retreat center picks it for us, right? Is like one very like isolated example. But like part of it is like being clear on what is the power that we do have as professionals and what's the power that we don't have. And how do we, as a result, take that and maximize the amount of power that we can give to the teens that we work with, or to the younger professionals that we work with, even if that also might be weird. And I want to own that that can feel weird. And I think also, and this is something that I try to do, is like see myself as not just someone who works with youth, but as someone who like is working as an accomplice or as an ally to young people, and thinking about how they can maximize the power that they have. This is obviously not the end of that. I wanted to say that I am super thrilled to continue talking about this. I think about it a lot, both like how this affects the work that I do with teens and the work that we're all doing with teens, but also how this affects us professionally and personally. So thank you. Oh, quick gift break, but I just want to say like, thank you all. This is my email address. Please, like, I love talking about this. Thank you all. And I know that we're over time, so yeah, that's all.
We're only over time because we stole it from you.
You didn't steal it. This is a conversation that I am so glad that I was able to be there for. So thank you all.
We were like
wait, they're suffering, but we're suffering. Let's talk about us too. So yes, I think we need to continue both of these conversations. And thank you, Ami, so much for everything that you put into preparing and presenting, and for moderating a conversation that that had lots of different pieces and parts to it. We appreciate you being a partner, both personally and professionally, with JTEEN, and we appreciate all that you're doing in your work. So thank you.